Did we lose Deb?
I think we did lose her, but we are streaming live on YouTube.
Okay, I thought so. Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Here
everyone.
she is.
Good morning, everyone, and those on YouTube or those watching YouTube or the attendees. I am Senator Susan DeChambeau, and this is Monday, February 7th. This is a meeting of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Today, we have a little mixture of everything. We have, oh no, we don't have a work session. Yes, work sessions. We will begin with a public hearing followed by a briefing from the Commissioner of Corrections and then work sessions. So we have a total of 4 bills. I'm going to ask Representative Warren, since I failed to ask it a little while ago, is there an adjustment to the agenda?
I don't have any on my side. Thank you for
Okay.
asking.
Thank you. I will ask people to introduce themselves, and we shall begin with Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the towns of West Gardner and Manchester and the city of Hollowell.
Thank you. And is Representative Pickett here? I don't see him now. Senator Ph.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Ph and represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. Representative Reckett.
Good morning. My name is Lois Reckett, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
And let's stay with the South Portland theme here. Representative Morales.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent the mall side of South Portland in House District 33.
Okay, thank you. Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lochner. I represent District 37. It's part of Portland.
Representative Costain.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corona.
Thank you. Representative Pickett, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Before I introduce myself, I just wanted to say that last week I inadvertently broke the rules and regarding a public hearing. When I testified, I then asked questions, and I just want to remind us that if we are a sponsor of a bill, and whether it's a co-sponsor or a sponsor, we should not be asking questions in a public hearing. So I just wanted to apologize for that. My name is Dick Pickett. I do represent District 116, the towns of Mexico, Dixfield, Peru, Canton, and Hartford. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. And thank you for accepting the responsibility of speaking out of turn. I think I did the same thing. So thank you. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Bill Pluker, I represent House District 95, Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of the Union.
I just lost myself here. Wait a second. There. And a Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And once again, I'd like to say that I hope the House Chair will give the same respect to the straight white men as she gives to those that she expects those to give her. Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Representative Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Vienna, Fayette, and Wayne.
Thank you. And I will introduce our policy analyst, Jane Overton, will wave hello to us. Thank you. And our clerk is probably, oh, there she is. We thought we lost you. Deb Fahey is our clerk. And for those of you who are new with this format, in her little square, you'll see the numbers. That's the number of the LD we will be speaking on and discussing. This first bill we're going to look at. I've got to say my town. I am Senator DeChambeau, District 32, which is Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, Kennebunk-Port in my hometown of Biddeford. The first bill is LD 1886. This is a public hearing. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with that, the sponsor of the bill will speak, followed by, I will recognize any legislator who wishes to testify, as they have to go to other meetings today. And then I will ask for those who support the bill, those who are in opposition, or those who want to make a statement neither for nor against. So the first bill that we have before us is an act to repeal the law regarding the county jail reimbursement fee. And that is Representative Evangelos. Is he with us today?
He is. Just a moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Newman.
Good morning, Representative Evangelos.
Good morning. Hi, everybody.
Hi there. So Representative Evangelos, your bill today, 1886, an act to repeal the law regarding county jail reimbursement fee. You're all ready to go.
All set? Okay.
Thank you.
First of all, Rep. Pickett, we'll keep score on you. Anyways, good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and other distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Representative Jeffrey Evangelos from Friendship, and I represent House District 91. And I am speaking today in support of LD 1886, an act to repeal the law regarding the county jail reimbursement fee. As the summary indicates, this bill repeals the law authorizing a court to assess a county jail reimbursement fee under the current law. And here's the section. The reimbursement fee may not exceed the cost of incarcerating the individual or $80 a day, whichever is less, and must bear a reasonable relationship to the individual's ability to pay. Upon petition by the individual, the amount may be modified to reflect any changes in the financial status of the individual. While most judges no longer assess these fees, realizing it's a form of double jeopardy punishment, a few judges still regularly assess it. A defendant is already faced with possible jail time, fines, restitution. Adding on these jail fees as punishment makes recidivism worse, and it just digs the hole deeper for someone trying to straighten their life out. That's basically my testimony. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Any questions from the members of Representative Evangelos? Senator Serway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Evangelos, would thank you for bringing this forward. I just kind of wonder, sometimes, you know, we leave it up to judgment of a judge if there's other factors involved. And I think, wouldn't this be a mandate of changing what the the judges can do instead of leaving that discretion up to the judges. I'm kind of worried about that. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, it's not exactly a mandate. It's asking that the law be changed because the vast majority of judges aren't doing it at all. And it's not fair to have a couple of judges still assessing it. It's just unequal treatment. And a couple of criminal defense lawyers brought the problem to my attention, and that's why I submitted the bill. If they were all acting consistently, that would be one thing, but they're not. So, we got to take the pressure off of the jails, and it's difficult with what we're going through with COVID, and this will just be a small piece of allowing a person to straighten their life out, get a job, make a living, pay the restitution, and move on with their life. Being saddled with an $80 a day sanction on top of that might be an encouragement for someone to make a second mistake or more mistakes. So that's the rationale behind it, Senator.
Thank you. I just, I think that I was just asking because I think that sometimes things come up that the judge has to make a decision on because of circumstances, maybe for a victim or other reasons. And sometimes that's why it's probably not done all the time, but once in a great while, they have to use their discretion and do something. So we're taking that away. That wouldn't be a good idea. I just kind of question that. Thank you.
Well, I respect your thoughts on that. If they were all using it, then your argument would be solid. But the fact is, the vast majority aren't using it at all anymore. Kind of an arcane old part of our statute. But a couple of them still do use it, and it's not really fair. But just my opinion.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Evangelos, for bringing this forward. Do you have some information about how much this is being used? I hear you saying that it's not used a lot, which I'm glad about. But I also know you, and I know you are a supreme researcher. So I wondered if you had any information on how much it is being used.
All I know is it is being used by a couple of judges. I'm not going to use their names. I know the judges that are doing it, but I don't think I want to get into the personality of it. It's more of a policy thing. I think someone from Macville may be testifying. They might be able to elaborate on that. But it's a vast minority of judges, but still being used by a few. It's the best I can do. I don't want to get into naming this judge or that.
No. Thank you. I'll be looking for that information, and maybe, I guess Mr. Pratt is here, so I see that. Thank you, Representative Evangelos.
I have a question. Representative Evangelos, first of all, I'm looking at your bill, and the only thing I see is not adding language, but deleting section 1751, subsection 6.
That is
the one
correct.
that has okay. So I'm looking at it now. It's a pretty long one. And maybe someone else. It's got an A, B, and C also. And the title of section 6 is Motion to Enforce Payment of a Reimbursement Fee. But then again, I'm looking at, I just found out my answer here. It seems that section 1502 has been repealed. Okay, 52. So this is a motion to enforce payment to remove the title motion to enforce payment of the reimbursement fee. But that chapter 2 of 17A does still speak about the amount of reimbursement. It doesn't remove all of it. It's the enforcement, I guess. Could you explain that? Frankly, in my whole career, I have never heard of reimbursement fee. Could you explain what that is and for what reason they, is this while the person who is accused is found guilty, and do they serve a jail time and plus a reimbursement fee? Can someone explain that to me?
I believe it's in addition to your sentence restitution. The judge has the discretion to assess this fee. All we're doing here is repealing section 1751, subsection 6. And I'm sorry, I don't have vast details on the background of the rest of the law, but perhaps the criminal defense lawyer can weigh in on that further for you. But we're just taking this one section out, so people aren't being, in addition to the fine they're paying and restitution and or a prison or jail sentence, they're not being assessed a jail reimbursement fee. Like I said, there's only a couple of judges doing it anymore. The vast majority aren't, because I think they realize the difficulty it creates. So we're just repealing that small little section. The rest of the law stands.
Okay. I will recognize Representative Pickett, who could probably help us explain this. Thank you.
No, I probably can't, but I'm kind of muddied up on it too. My jail does not, they were familiar with it, but that doesn't happen for them. But as I'm looking here in the bill summary before us, it says time detained for failure to appear for a default hearing. So what I'm trying to understand, Representative Evangelos, good morning, by the way. I just wanted to, because it talks about an individual that's arrested and detained for failing to appear for a hearing or explain non-payment of a fine and blah, 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 all that language. Is if they're arrested for one of those reasons in the time that they are incarcerated, and is this the time we're talking about? I don't, it's unclear to me what we're really talking about. The reimbursement fee, the jail reimbursement fee. It's the actual time frame we're talking about. What it consists of. Is that the preference of it? Is that what it's for? If those certain circumstances there occur and they are arrested at that time, detained at that time, is that the time frame we're talking about?
Yeah, I believe it references length of confinement. I thought the language was a little fuzzy myself in the law, so I'm going to let the criminal defense lawyer tackle that one. But
so it's not the individual, it's not being in jail and having this, it's for something that they did not do by appearing for a hearing or this or that. They come in and they're confined for a period of time, and then it's that period of time there we're talking about, if I'm understanding it correctly.
I believe that's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions of Representative Evangelos? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. I will then ask if there are any legislators who wish to speak on this bill. Seeing, raise your hand if there are none. Thank you. I will now ask anyone wish to speak in support of LD 1886. Please raise your hand. We'll let you in. We'll give you some time to.
Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry
Good
about the
morning.
delay there. I apologize.
I testified also just recently, and I couldn't understand the delay. So go right ahead. So welcome, Mr. Pratt.
Thank you. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, my name is Jeremy Pratt. I am the president-elect of the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I live and work in Knox County. MACDL supports LD 1886. The jail reimbursement fee authorizes a judge to order a defendant to pay a fee for each day the defendant is incarcerated in a county jail. The amount of the fee is determined by the court. LD 1886 seeks to repeal this fee. The jail reimbursement fee is problematic in multiple ways. According to the Maine judicial website, there are 62 active and retired judges in Maine's district and superior court. In over 15 years of practice, I've only ever seen one judge impose the county jail reimbursement fee. I have reached out to my other fellow defense attorneys via MACDL, and not one of them has experience with another judge imposing this fee. One way a law can be unjust is when the law is unevenly enforced. In other words, when a law is imposed in an arbitrary and capricious manner, it is unjust. This is what is happening with the jail and reimbursement fee. If only one judge orders the fee and no others do so, then the defendants who go before that one judge receive a harsher sentence than all other defendants. This is fundamentally unfair. The financial burden imposed on criminal defendants by the court is already substantial. Take an illustrative example. An individual convicted of a misdemeanor simple assault. For a misdemeanor simple assault, there's a mandatory minimum $300 fine, plus 20% surcharges, plus a $25 victims fee, plus a $15 computer management system fee for a total of $400. This is the minimum. The maximum fee that can be imposed is $2,000 plus surcharges for a Class D misdemeanor, like a simple assault. No additional financial penalty should be authorized by the legislature beyond the already authorized fine amounts. Lastly, it should be noted that the reimbursement fee only applies to individuals incarcerated at a county jail. The maximum sentence an individual can serve at a county jail is 9 months. Any sentence greater than 9 months is served with the Department of Corrections, which is a state-run facility. Therefore, if you receive a sentence of 9 months in 1 day, you are ineligible for this fee. Practically speaking, the only people who are forced to pay the jail reimbursement fees are individuals sentenced to jail for less than 9 months who go before 1 out of the 62 judges in Maine. The repealing of the jail reimbursement fee will essentially have no impact on the finances of the county jails. It will have no impact on 61 judges, and it will have no impact on 99% of criminal defendants. What it will do is send a clear message that laws that are not utilized or laws that are unfairly and randomly enforced will be repealed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. I now will recognize Senator Seaway has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your explanation, Attorney Pratt. I have a question though. I used to be assistant jail administrator, and I can remember an individual who refused to leave the jail. And when they said, your time's up, you have to go. And when he did, he went out and went across the street and destroyed a whole bunch of property and jumped on vehicles and all kinds of stuff. And then I think the judge had used this situation of trying to discourage him from staying in the jail. And I'm just kind of thinking that, yeah, this probably isn't used very often, but it might be a situation where a judge has to use discretion on a situation. And that's just one example, but I'm just saying, does that make sense to you in that type of situation?
Well, I think that the judge already has such a multitude of tools that I don't think this is one necessarily that they will need in their toolbox that will limit any sort of their options, because in that instance, there's a huge fine amounts that are already allowed under the law that the judge can impose. The judge can impose a longer jail sentence. Again, there's so many tools that all judges use. this one tool that we're talking about, no judges use, except in my experience, one judge. So because of that, there is an uneven enforcement. Also, I would ask or suggest that that it's not ideal for a law to be kept in place simply for one sort of extreme example, and that it should take into account sort of the vast majority of individuals. I know that's such an unusual situation that probably there's no ideal answer for it. I hope that answers your question to some degree, but to sort of summarize it, I already think there's enough tools in the toolbox for the judge to deal with the situation, and this isn't a necessary one.
Just to follow up on that.
Go right
Madam
ahead,
Chair.
Senator.
So you're saying that to give the person that wants to stay in jail a longer sentence, which is meeting what he wants. And so I don't see how that would really be a deterrent. And so I'm just kind of wondering if it's the judge's discretion of that seemed to be the answer to how to deal with it. We should allow that discretion. That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Well, it's hard for me to answer without knowing what the specific charge or the specific instances, because all sentences are so individualized. But if it's a question that you think there should be a monetary penalty, and that would be the thing that to discourage the individual, again, just on a Class D misdemeanor, a judge could impose a fine of up to $2,000 plus taxes and surcharges. And that number goes up to, based on the level of the class of crime. So there is a financial deterrent already available to a judge. So I don't think that that $2,000 plus a jail reimbursement fee really is necessary, given that the numbers are so high that are already available to the judge. I hope that answers your question a little better than my first attempt.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Pratt, for being here. Just as a side note, having been in law enforcement for 40 years, a person doing something deliberately to try to get put in a facility is not as uncommon as you might think, especially when the winter months get here and stuff. And so those situations do happen, maybe not as extreme as what Senator Ph Ws was talking about. And my only comment on that would be, and I do have a question for you, would be that if we take and let somebody go out and they go out and do that and come back in because they want to stay in jail, then there has to be, and I understand what you're saying about the charge and about the fees and all that stuff, but if we do that and there's no real incentive for them not to do that, there needs to be some way there that we can show them that it's not fair for the other side of the coin, and that's the taxpayer to be housing them in the jail when it's their time to leave, and to get them out into society to go and do what they have to do. So I think that's something we could talk about a lot, and I think there's two sides to that coin. But my question is this, the same as I had for the bill sponsor, Representative Evangelos. You're talking in your testimony, you're talking as though this fee can be assessed for a period of somebody being sentenced in a facility for as much up to 9 months, if I'm understanding you correctly. But as I'm reading the bill here, it's talking about time detained for failure to appear or for a default hearing. So I think I'm having a hard time understanding how the original sentence of up to 9 months, or are we talking about this default because they were detained for failing to appear for a hearing, or for non-payment of a fine, or not doing their community service, and so on and so forth, in that period of incarceration? As you understand the law, what is your understanding of what are we actually talking about for the reason why they're being assessed this fine in the first place?
It is for the individual who's been sentenced to a crime and sentenced to serve a number of days at the county jail, and that the jail reimbursement fee allows a judge to order that individual to pay up to $80 per day of the amount of time they are actually detained at the jail while serving their sentence. So it is for a new criminal activity for someone who's been sentenced and for the amount of time that they spend incarcerated in jail, a per day fee. That then in the county I practice in Knox County, and that money is ordered to be paid through the Knox County Finance Department for the period of time that person was incarcerated.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. So then, if I'm understanding what you're saying now, then this individual is arrested and detained for one of these things, failing to pay, failing for a non-payment of fine, county service, all of these things. And the judge at that point takes and sentences them for not appearing, for not paying. That's what this bill is talking about here in what we're looking in front of us. So I don't see where it's talking about. I see nowhere in here at all in this bill that we're talking about that it says anything about the time that they were sentenced for a violation that they went in for. It's talking, I mean, unless the bill is not structured correctly, because this, I'm looking at the bill that we have that we're working on right now, right in front of me, which is section 317A MRSA 2306 subsection 1. It's amended to read, and then it says, number 1, time detained for failure to appear for a default hearing, and it explains all of that out. So I'm really confused on the time. I hear what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying, but I'm having a hard time putting what you're saying into the bill as the way it's written in front of me.
Mr. Pratt, I'd like to continue with what Representative Pickett was just saying. What we have before us in the bill is, as he said, 2306. And that is exactly what he said, time detained for failure. But you're not touching that bill except for the bottom line that is underlined, which means not underlined, it's crossed out. And that is section 1751, section 6. And if you cross-reference that, that's the really long one about enforcing reimbursement fee. And it's not only for failing to appear, it also says it removes enforced payment of reimbursement fee. You are correct, but it also removes, I think, restitution and some others, which this is what it says, restitution. So it's more than that. I just wanted to know. I don't want to vote on something at some point and that it removes it for restitution also. So the way the bill was written, I think it is still very confusing what it is we're removing.
Madam Chair, just a reminder that this is a public hearing and we are not going to vote today. And really the job of today is for folks to give testimony, us to ask for clarifying questions. If folks are totally confused, we could ask Jane to weigh in, or we could just put on our patient hats and allow folks to continue to give their testimony, and we can work these issues out at the work session. We do have other folks that are here to testify.
Yeah, Madam Chair, but I think we do have a right to ask questions to understand what the bill is from people that are dealing with it and telling us what the bill is. I think we have that right in a public hearing.
Representative Pickett.
To dig into it at a later time.
Representative Pickett.
Okay, so I think it.
Representative Pickett.
I'm hearing you.
The comment, I was not saying people don't have a right to ask questions. It's not what I was saying. I'm going to ask that you listen to me. What I was suggesting is we have a bit of a debate going on during a public hearing. We can either ask someone to answer the question. What's happening right now is that Representative Pickett and Senator DeChambeau are having a discussion between each of you.
No.
We can either ask a question and receive an answer, or we can keep going on in a public hearing and be respectful to the people that are here to testify on a bill.
We're not having a debate between the two of us, and as last I understood, I thought Senator DeChambeau was in charge of the meeting right now.
We're
Thank you.
co-chairs, but thank you, Representative Pickett. Do we want to go on to the next
No,
person?
Representative Warren, I have not given you the gavel. I will listen to you, and I did agree to about half of what you said. It was a clarification because the way it's written now, it's very confusing, and we will listen to the other people. And I was giving a heads up that needs to clarify before our work session. But I will move along. I've said enough. I think.
Thank you, Madam
Pratt
Chair.
and others. I think others also know where we're going with this. And Mr. Pratt, I do thank you. I think you picked up on a few things that we're still a little confused about. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions for Mr. Pratt, I will ask those who still want to speak in support of this bill, please raise your hands and we'll bring in a few of you so we don't have to waste time. Thank you. I don't know.
Madam Chair, you have Mr. Cabete in the room to testify.
I didn't see. Oh, there, Mike. Hi, Mr. Cabetta. You're right on the top screen. Now you moved. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Cabetta. Go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Good morning. My name is Michael Capetta, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine, a statewide organization committed to advancing and preserving the civil liberties guaranteed by our federal and state constitutions. On behalf of our members, I'm here to testify in favor of this bill. So this bill would repeal a section of Maine law that allows judges to charge people for the costs of their own incarceration. And that section is 17 MRS section 1751. The law allows an assessment of $80 per day, as you've heard. Astonishingly, one of the allowed punishments for someone's inability to pay for their own incarceration is more incarceration. In other words, if someone cannot afford to pay for room and board at a jail, the state of Maine can legally punish them by keeping them jailed longer. This is essentially a debtor's prison, a system in which wealth buys freedom. This bill would also repeal two other subsections of law, and I think that's where some of the confusion arose. One subsection is 17 AMRS section 2306, and it would repeal a part of that, of the first subsection that relates to the jail reimbursement fee part of 17A. The third section that this bill would repeal is Title 17A, section 1502, subsection 2, part B. And that law allows judges to charge a county jail reimbursement fee as authorized by the original section that this bill repeals. And so I've read this bill many times, and my reading of this bill tells me that the only part of the law it would touch is the ability of judges to charge defendants for the costs of their own incarceration. Now, although this, practically speaking, is not frequently applied, we know that the people most likely to lose their freedom under this section are those who are too poor to pay. People from poor backgrounds are already more likely to be imprisoned. A recent study from the Muskie School found that between 2015 and 2020, there were 2,134 parents incarcerated in Maine's prisons and over 3,000 children with parents in prison. Experts estimate that across the country, the families of incarcerated people pay nearly $3 billion every year on the costs of incarceration. Now, Representative Pickett mentioned that when the winter months come, some people deliberately try to get jailed. That's a problem that we're aware of as well, and Senator Cjps mentioned the same issue. We believe that this is a problem that should be solved not by the jail system, but by Health and Human Services. $80 per day is over $2,000 a month, and that's more than adequate to pay rent And that's really the crux of the issue that leads people to want to get jailed in the winter months, the desire to be warm, the desire for a home. And so we urge you to invest in the state's housing system and not make jails the only alternative that some people have when the winter months do come. And finally, we believe that this money should not come out of the pockets of people who are incarcerated, but should come out of general revenues. The system is inherently unfair. It is essentially a codified debt prison system. We urge you to vote ought to pass. I thank you very much for your time and attention, and I'm happy to try to answer some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cabetta. Senator Seaway, you have your hand up for a question?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Cabetta. I just have a question for you. How's this, and that one example I gave you was just one example, but I was also thinking about contempt of court. Lots of times judges sometimes put fees on time they stay in the jail just to discourage them from staying in jail and doing what they're supposed to do. And so this all fits into that. And I know there are many times that judges don't use this, but there is that little discretion that sometimes they need. And so this is what I'm talking about. So what's your thoughts on that?
Thanks for that question, Senator Searway. So if this bill passes, judges will still be able to impose a fee as part of the punishment for contempt of court. Judges will not lose the discretion to assess a civil fee and to order incarceration as punishment for contempt of court. And so it's wrong to think that this bill would take the discretion of judges away to charge defendants who are found in contempt of court. That's just not true. The only thing this bill would repeal is a part of the law that's very, very rarely applied that allows judges to charge people for the costs of their own incarceration. Judges can impose a higher than $80 a day fee as part of contempt of court. Judges already have that discretion, and if this bill passes, judges would continue to have that discretion. It just would not go to the jail budget as a result of the fee being charged. It would go into some other part of the system.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have a question for Mr. Cabetta? Seeing none, thank you. Nice seeing you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Very nice seeing you as well, and all of the rest of you.
Now, I am looking if we have anyone else who wishes to speak in support of 1886. Someone sees somebody. I don't see him. Could you raise your hand, please, if you wish to speak in support? Ms. Fahey, you don't see anyone that's coming in?
No, there's no more
Okay,
hands in
thank
the
you.
attendees, right?
All right. I then will ask anyone wishing to speak in opposition of 1886. Please raise your hand.
Again, seeing no hands.
Okay. Anyone wishing to testify neither in support of for or against?
And no hands going up.
Good, thank you. And Mr. Representative Evangelos, you have your hand up. You wish to add something here.
Yes, I think I'll, between now and the work session, I'll contact Jane and go over the intent of what I was trying to do here and make sure that Representative Pickett and Senator Searway's concerns regarding the description of the law are indeed what I'm intending to do.
Good.
And hopefully we'll bring some more clarity at the work session for you. Jane Overton would be the right person for me to speak to. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you for listening to some of our concerns. Thank you. So seeing no more questions, I will call the meeting of the hearing on 1886 to a close. Thank you.
Thank you,
Next.
Representative.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Next, and I can't believe we're 13 minutes early. For 11 o'clock, and I believe if the commissioner is here, we can begin. Anyone have any objection to that? No? Michelle? Ms. Fahey, is Commissioner Liberty here?
Not yet, Senator.
Okay. Why don't we take a 5-8 minute break or something, 11 o'clock, and return? We'll just take a break. So please mute yourself and we shall be back. if all of us are back. I know Representative Newman just stepped out for a second. He'll be back. I'm not sure if Commissioner's here, but I know Ryan Thornell, Dr. Thornell is with us. If you wish to raise your hand, we'll let you in.
Anna Black is also here.
Ms. Fahey, I thought Dr. Thornell was here. Oh, I just got a notice that Commissioner is logging in, and there is Dr. Thornell. 1, 2. Well, I know Representative Rickett is logged in and Representative Morales, so we can begin. What we will do, okay, Ms. Fahey, you're all set? Good. What we are going to do right now is a briefing from the Department of Corrections. I had it here a minute ago. So I don't have the title. Representative Warren, if you have it, I don't.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have first on our list a briefing concerning Resolve 2021, Chapter 113, Substance Use Disorder Treatment Pilot.
I know, I read it. It's all underlined. Oh my God, it's on the wrong side of the desk here. This is a report regarding the Department of Corrections, the Substance Use Treatment Program. And I have Commissioner, I made you representative. Commissioner Liberty is with us, and Dr. Thornell from the Department of Corrections. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think I will defer to you unless my co-chair has any other comments to make before we begin. All set? Good. Again, welcome. And for the public, I'd like them to know that on January 30th, all the members received, I believe, a 5-6-page report with statistical information about the substance use treatment program within the department. So go right ahead again, Commissioner.
Good morning. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. I'm Randall Liberty. I'm the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Corrections, and I'm pleased to be here with you. By now, as the Senator indicated, you've had an opportunity to take a look at the report that we submitted on January 30th, and I was pleased to submit that report. I think we've made an awful lot of progress during the last since the last time we've sat to discuss this issue. The Maine Department of Corrections has done some good work with include things like peer recovery coaches, which are located throughout our facilities. They offer non-clinical guidance and support. Those peer recovery coaches, I think, are very important because they've had that shared experience and traveled the journey of individuals, not only of addiction, but incarceration. So we've had some really good success with them. And they're located throughout all of our facilities. We also have 2 units that are currently existing, one at Maine State Prison and one at Mountain View. And those provide residential level of care. And they're really a sober living environment in a correctional setting, again, at the Maine State Prison and at Mountain View. And we have one that's slated to open next summer when MCC construction project winds down and is fully open. And so that provides a nice environment for individuals to live in that sober living sort of a pod. And in that unit, they focus on on-site recovery groups. They have clinical support. They have reentry focused sort of programming. They have events, they have meetings, all of that. And that's very helpful, I think, and has been well regarded by the residents in our care. As you're aware, we also have medication which is available for treatment. I'll talk a little bit about that in a bit, but the treatment of substance use disorder, which includes opioids and alcohol. Many of the community-based organizations come into the facility still. They meet with the residents, and it's very important that they build the relationships with the outside recovery community as they transition back into the free world. We also have programs that are specifically geared to those residents releasing onto probation, which establishes a relationship with the community probation officers. And in fact, we also have, we were talking this morning about town hall meetings that the probation officers are attending and leading to build those relationships for a smooth transition into the community, not only for those that are addicted, but also for the individuals releasing to probation in a normal sort of a status. It's always been my pledge since I've been a commissioner, and then previously I was warden and a sheriff, that we focus on rehabilitation and recovery. I think that we all win when we focus on identifying just exactly what brought someone to corrections. And we know we have a very high rate of individuals that have mental health, substance use disorder, trauma, neglect, poverty, all of those sorts of things. And so that falls in line with that. I think over the last 5 years, we've had some good success in transitioning from sort of a pilot initiative, kicking this work off really in a meaningful way. And in 2016, we had 406 males that completed one of the 8 different types of substance use treatment programs that we offered in 2016. And the bulk of these men, 230, were enrolled in what's generalized as an outpatient sort of counseling and group session sort of programming. By 2017, we had 12 different types of substance use treatment programs and services. And we had a total of 592 men that completed the program that year in those 12 different types of programming. As you're aware, when Governor Mills took over, we further enhanced and expanded services and programs and partnerships. And this included in a more established relationship with the Office of Behavioral Health and the Governor's Director of Opioid Response, Gordon. And he's been fundamental in moving this effort forward. And the relationships have been really priceless to us. Today, in 2021, we have 15 different unique programming options, which have reaching more than 650 individual male residents. So as you can see, since 2017 to 2021, significant expansion in the work that we're doing. And it's critically important to us. We recognize that in order to reduce recidivism and reduce, the possibility of future victims, that we aggressively pursue substance use disorder, and we've been doing that aggressively. On the women's side, we've seen similar improvements and shifted away from the one size fits all approach to a more tailored, trauma informed sort of individualized approach, and we've had good outcomes with that. About 50% of our population are engaging in substance use treatment services. So you think about that: 50% of the residents in our care are receiving some sort of substance use treatment services, which include recovery and relapse prevention. So we've made some good progress there, knowing that there's such a problematic area. Very pleased to report that about 50% of our folks are receiving those services. In addition to treatment-oriented services, there are more than 30 unique groups which talk about things and address issues such as anger management, addictive thinking, codependency, recovery planning, and restorative justice. We also have some specific programs with titles like Helping Men Recover, Inside Out Dads, Helping Women Recover, and New Freedom for Women. These are all available to the residents in our care. We've traveled quite a journey with staff It takes significant investment in time and training initially as an officer comes into the department, indicating to them that our role is not to punish, but our role is to identify what brought the individuals there and help them in their journey of recovery and making them better citizens when they release back into the community. And so we spent a lot of time initially on that, and then we've spent a lot of time also with the existing staff to move to a place where everyone recognizes that MAT is the gold standard, both inside and outside of the correctional facilities. And we have good buy-in now. We've really gotten to a place now where the issuance of medication-assisted treatment is very normalized. And it used to be sort of a separate sort of issuance of that medication. And now they're on the pill line getting their MAT like they normally would insulin or anything else. And so that's gone very, very well. I think that one of the things that's important to recognize that as we talk about these programs and the way we address substance use disorder and our MAT program and comprehensive counseling and residential services as they again, we have 2 units now, we'll have a third in the summer. This is well beyond sort of a pilot. This is something that's ingrained in what we do. It's ingrained in the recognition that most of our folks, or many of our folks, have some sort of addiction issue. And it's not to be considered a pilot. It's what we do. It's normalized. It's as important as any medical treatment or any disease that we address as we move forward. As I said last session, and the governor indicated in a letter in January 21st, the Maine Department of Corrections is well beyond a pilot program. We lead the nation in many different areas. Many of our colleagues reach out to us for assistance and asking us, how we've been able to pull this off and really make MAT offered universally. And we traveled a journey where we were doing, establishing a program and slowly bringing individuals into a pilot several years ago. And now that has been expanded to be universally provided to anyone that needs that treatment. And so as we talk about the MAT expansion, we talk about in 2021, February 15th, we opened the initial eligibility window to 1 year from the earliest release date. February 15th was we opened eligibility to 1 year. On May 12th of 2021, we opened eligibility window to individuals 2 years from the earliest release date. And on August 1st, we opened eligibility to anyone that was appropriate, any appropriate resident, regardless of their sentence length. And so it becomes a more normative, more holistic approach, universally adopted. The current MAT participants today are, we prior to the expansion, we had about 200 people in MAT. And then we moved on to currently we had about 400, and we expect that to expand to about 600 participating in MAT. And a lot of work happening there, a lot of work that I'm very proud of, a lot of work that my staff has been strategizing and overcoming hurdles over the last 5 years to make this a possibility. We received money from Office of Behavioral Health to do this initially. The main care expansion was a significant contributor to this because we all know that we have to have a warm handoff. They're in treatment with us, and we know that as they transition into the community, they have to successfully transition without a break in that service. And so we've worked with Health and Human Services to those that are main care eligible become enrolled in main care upon admission in our custody, and it's activated the day that they step off the ground and they become eligible for main care. That has provided a really smooth handoff, allowing us to them not to sort of drop off the radar and get the treatment that they need and they deserve during their transition back into the community. I'm grateful for the committee's commitment to supporting rehabilitation, and we're proud of the work that we've done. We can't do this alone. We need assistance from all of our partners in the other departments, Health and Human Services, and Gordon and others. And I think we've had great success in doing that. Thank you for your time, and I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Liberty. Anyone have any questions of Commissioner Liberty? Representative Morales, followed by Renecki and, excuse me, Representative Renecki and Representative Warren. Go ahead, Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Commissioner. I really am so pleased to hear how you have expanded MAT for everyone, notwithstanding release dates. I think that's fantastic. Just wondering quickly, how many residents do you have in your care and custody today?
We're hovering around 1,600. We bounce a little up and down. The numbers have been low, thankfully. We've had some good work happening in the community with diversion, and the same is true for the jails, as you're aware.
And could you just break that down with women and men? The
Sure.
1,600.
Do you have those numbers in front of you?
Was that a question for me?
Yes. Do you have those numbers in front of you? Okay. Males, females, populations today?
Yeah, absolutely. So currently we have 1,575 total adult residents, as the commissioner indicated, right around 1,600. 125 of those are adult women. The remainder are adult men.
Thank you so much. Good morning to you, Dr. Thornell, too.
Good morning. Thank you, Representative.
Are you all set, Representative Morales? Okay. The next one is Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. I do have just a question. Have you been able to track what the recidivism rate is for these programs that you are offering, and they're getting off drugs or whatever, but are they getting back on drugs? Are they, do we know where the follow-up on this is?
We haven't drilled down on those numbers, to my understanding, but it's something that's important, I think, to as we look at tracking. Some important numbers to consider are in 2019, 89% of the residents releasing on MAT, they had an immediate appointment to treatment on the outside. In 2020, that was 99% had an appointment that was secured for them. And in 2021, 100% of them had an appointment as they released into the community. And 68% of those releasing clients attended the first community appointment. So 68% that had an appointment set up through the case planning had made the appointment. And in 2019, the average correction in 2021, the average retention rate for that treatment was 149 days. So those that attended, the 68% that attended the initial meeting, 149 days was the length of treatment that it was on average.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for this information. That was very impressive details right there. So thank you. I really appreciate that. So one of the things that I'm specifically looking for is the statutorily reported required report back of the pilot that we created last session, LD 663, which is what I think we're scheduled to do today. So I know I sent it on a snow day. I apologize for that. So I just wanted to ask, with the request that I sent on the snow day, Friday, that asks for the detailed information, do you have a timeline of when we'll be receiving that?
Madam Chair, I respectfully ask, what additional data other than in this report, are you seeking? Because this pilot, the LD that you mentioned, this work had already been ongoing, and as indicated in the governor's letter, she indicated that this money, I think it was $400,000, would be best spent elsewhere, and we've been using existing monies that we had already allotted through general fund to fund what we're doing now.
Fascinating. Thank you, Commissioner. Well, I'll respectfully answer your question with the fact that one of the pieces that both myself and folks on the Appropriations Committee, I think, are interested in is we did hear that you were doing this already, but then you placed a fiscal note on it of $460,800. When we tried to get information about the fiscal note, and let me just say that when there is a fiscal note, and I'm sure you're aware of this and everybody's aware of this, there's a lot of work that has to happen to try to get it funded. And I think you guys knew that. I think that's probably why we saw the fiscal note. Thankfully, I was fortunate that I got the Attorney General and some others to fund this $460,800, but it only was for this year. So if you're now saying that you don't need that $460,800, we could put that in writing, and then LD 663 would become law because it wouldn't need to come off the table. So I would love for that to happen. But if that's not going to happen, the additional information that I've requested, I sent out at 1:43 p.m. on the snow day, Friday, February 4th. I included the entire committee, also Gordon Smith, Attorney General Fry, just because they're the ones who helped me get it funded. And basically, we're looking for a breakdown of the number of residents on each form of MAT. We just have to have a sense of where is this, this fiscal note coming from. What I heard you very clearly say is you didn't actually need the funding. So maybe we could get this all taken care of.
Sure. So is your question, when will you have that data?
That was my initial question. Yes, the data that lets us know. Did you want me to read it to you, or do you have that email?
No, I received it Friday again. As you indicated, it was a snow day, and here we are on Monday morning. And so I would suspect that we'll be able to get that data to you by the end of the week.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. But seriously, if you'd rather instead write us a letter saying you no longer need that $500,000, we could just get this right into law, which would be my preference.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Luckner?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I just got a couple of questions. Looking at this table here, it says that 80% of the entire population of DOC is white, and yet 92% of the participants in the MAT program are white, and 11% of the entire DOC population, 11.5%, are Black or African American, yet only 3% of the MAT participants are Black. What explains that discrepancy?
The individuals that are engaged in the MAT program are there because they disclose they may have a substance use disorder, or they're screened out upon admission that they have a substance use disorder issue. And they, with their clinicians, make that decision whether or not they are involved in the program. As I mentioned to you, this is universally, they have universal access. Anyone that wishes to have the program can have access to the program.
Okay, but I guess what it seems like you just said is that fewer Black or African Americans in DOC end up being diagnosed with substance use disorder.
Or they would choose not to engage in the program. Again, this is universal. They have universal access. Everyone has access to MAT if they wish to engage in the program.
Okay.
There are no barriers.
That's good to know. I have one more question, Madam Chair, if I may. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I would just like to see, I guess, across the different pods at MSP, is there any discrepancy based on, if somebody's in a pod, do they have less access versus somebody in a lower, security pod?
No, all classifications of residents have access to this programming.
And do you have that data just based on pod?
Sure, I can get you that data.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. After I've got Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Pluker.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
So just so I'm crystal clear, everybody has the opportunity to be involved in the MAT program if they choose to do so. Am I correct?
That's correct. It's a decision based upon the clinical staff meeting with the resident and there being a demonstrated need for MAT.
And that's 100% regardless of gender, color, whatever, 100% have that opportunity.
Correct. No hurdles.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, I'd like to, if we could, on the staff training that you have on the memo that we received. It's pretty explicit here. It tells exactly what you're doing, but could you maybe, it says how they're trained, and it digs into it about what they go to the academy. Then when they come on board as staff, they have to keep up with that and stuff. Can you just speak to that a little bit more of how intense that is? Because there's always the question of whether or not the staff know what they're doing around working with the people that are incarcerated. So I just want to dig down on that just a little bit, and then if I may, Senator, I'd like to make a comment after that, if I may.
Yes, they received some of this in the initial basic corrections course, and then they received specific information at the post school, which is specific to the Maine Department of Corrections. And they meet with the clinicians. They're very clear on our philosophy of destigmatizing those with substance use disorder and normalizing our operations in the Maine model of corrections. And so they're very clear on all of that information from a clinical perspective and a philosophical perspective, and especially in the post school, which is more specific to will they be working.
Okay. May I make a statement, Senator?
Yes, since this is a briefing, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that, Commissioner, for that explanation on the training, because I think that's one thing that we want to make sure of, that the people that are dealing with people that have these issues are well aware of what they are, and it sounds like you folks have been busy getting your staff up to speed. And the comment I would make, I've read the memo, each and every word of it. I've looked at all of the tables and everything in it. It's a very, in my opinion, it's a very complete report. And I think the MAT program and all the things that you folks have done, along with all the other issues and stuff that you've been having to report on and stuff, I think it shows that you have a commitment to this, and your staff has a commitment to this. And I just want to thank you for that. And I think the residents are very well off on having people that care about them the way that you folks do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you, Commissioner Liberty and Deputy Commissioner Thornell. for getting this program up and running. I hear you're talking about there's AUD and there's SUD and there's folks who need treatment for opioid versus non-opioid or that kind of thing. How do you determine what is the best course of treatment for folks, whether it's going to be injectables or something or oral? How does that process work?
Dr. Thornell.
Morning. Thank you for the question, Representative. Excellent question. So I think, as you know, we offer access to every medication for medication-assisted treatment for substance use disorder. The determination about which medication a resident receives really boils down to the conversation between the resident and the medical provider. And in that conversation, they take into account obviously whatever medications are appropriate for that disorder, whether it be alcohol or opioids or others, but also things like past medication prescriptions, prescribing practices, compliance with medications in the past and present, any preference from the resident. They obviously have a say, and then also depending on how much time is left on the residents' stay with us, they also consider continuity of care questions and concerns. And all of those factors taken into account, they then make an agreed upon plan, a determination from the medical provider on which medication is most appropriate. We do know a few things from our resident population as very reflective of the community population. And one is that Suboxone is by far the preferred medication for OUD within the resident population and in the community, and has the best results associated with it. And the second thing that we've learned along the way is that injectables are very difficult for the correctional clientele to utilize, and they often request to not utilize injectables because there's a lot of continuity of care issues associated with those releasing into rural communities, which obviously is a lot of Maine. And so those are all the different factors that are taken into account and how they determine what's the best medication during incarceration, but also as part of that continuity of care process.
Thank you. A follow-up, Madam Chair?
Go right ahead, Representative.
And so from what I understand, this program is run by WellPath. And so I guess my next question is, how often do they have access to the people who are making those decisions, or how often do they have those appointments?
Yeah, Commissioner, if I may. So a resident can submit a sick call slip, as you know, anytime for behavioral health and medical to have that conversation. But at a minimum, we have what's called a chronic care visit for all MAT residents. And so they're seen by the provider at a minimum of every 90 days, at which time they have that conversation as well to discuss how the medication's going, any requested changes, the ups and downs, all of those things.
You said 90 days, is that right?
That's correct. For those on receiving MAT services, that's the chronic care schedule.
Thank you.
Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick follow-up, I think probably to you, Dr. Thornell. Let's say that someone is in the case where they're going to be releasing to a rural environment where there are possibly limited access to different forms of MAT, but that resident has been incarcerated for a long time and has been off opioids, or has not used opioids the entire time they're incarcerated, but then they're preparing to release, they're concerned about a relapse, and they share their concerns about relapse, but their real preference to not be given an opioid MAT, that they want a non-opioid MAT. Does that preference supersede the issues around releasing to rural, where the handoff is a little bit tougher? Or how are those decisions made?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. I certainly am not going to say one supersedes the other, because it's certainly on a case-by-case basis. But the resident's preference in terms of medication is given strong consideration by our medical providers. But at the end of the day, we also have a duty to make sure that there's a continuity of care plan in place to wherever the individual is releasing, that they will be able to continue their medication beyond whether it's a 2-week prescription or a 30-day injectable, whatever the case may be. And so all of that is factored in collectively. Our goal overall is to make sure somebody releases our facility, regardless of the medication they're on, with a stable continuity of care plan so that they do not go out into the community, overdose, and hopefully not become another statistic. And so those are all the factors that are taken into account. One is not given priority over the other. It's all on a case-by-case basis. All of those factors taken into account.
Madam Chair, if I may. Dr. Thornell, would you indicate the efforts that we've made working with groups Recover Together? There was initially a problem as far as being diverse geographically and how we address that.
Yeah, certainly. So thanks for the question. If I could just share, part of our pilot project for medication-assisted treatment specifically, which kicked off in 2019, the focus, rightfully so out of the gates, was on continuity of care. Our biggest concern was starting an individual on a medication and not being able to continue them into the community and setting them up for a failure that we did not want to see. And so we launched 2 efforts, one of which the commissioner mentioned earlier, which is a partnership with the Office of Main Care to provide efficiencies in the main care eligibility and decision-making process, so individuals leave our facilities with main care benefits in place and active. But the second was to make sure we had access to a network of treatment providers in Maine communities. Because again, as we all know, living in a rural state, treatment services can be difficult to come by depending on where you are. So we partnered very early on with Groups Recover Together, as well as Day One, in order to make sure that every resident coming out of our facilities had continuity of care services established in advance of their release that provides them access to a provider and a treatment group within 72 hours of release. And that is our goal, and that's also become our standard. And the way that we do that is through those 2 partnerships. Groups Recover Together is now in 16 locations across the state of Maine, as far north as Presque Isle and as far south as York County, and every other corner in between. And so they become one of our primary referral sources because of that expansive network. But we also utilize Day One services and others. And the benefit of both of those partnerships is that they have what I would consider to be sub-partnerships with every other community provider in those areas, giving us a vast array of connections to providers. So if Groups Recover Together, for example, cannot accept an individual or they're coming out on a different medication, they're able to link them to another provider in that local area and help us establish that community appointment.
Okay.
That's very helpful. May I just do a quick follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate that information, and I think you can appreciate my concerns. And really, they're not my concerns. They're concerns that have been expressed to me from many folks who are, very thankful. Don't get me wrong, very thankful that they are being offered this opportunity of MAT, but also very much feeling like I got away from opioids. I don't have opioids in my life. I'm now facing this re-entry. I want the option of MAT, but I want an opioid-free MAT. And so I think that's part of the discussion around LD 663, and it's just part of why the data that I requested is so important. So thank you for all the efforts you've made. I really do not want anyone to have the sense that there's any unappreciativeness going on. We all share true appreciation and also a responsibility for oversight and just getting our questions answered. So I hope that that, comes across. We're all very appreciative of the work that's happening. Thank you.
Well, I've let everybody else speak, and I am amazed. I'll begin with what I was going to end with, but I am truly, truly amazed. Having retired 6 years from there, I don't even recall at 2007 that we were speaking about drug treatment in prisons. I do applaud what this administration has been doing. You've expanded it, and the best part we all love is the statistics and the data that you can provide. That is something that will follow. We all wish more departments would have more data. I was listening to all of us speaking, and if anybody just turned in, I don't think they would say this is the Department of Corrections. I mean, there's absolutely no way that sounds like a medical clinic, but a good one. I wanted to make a comment on the costs. And when I give you this figure, this is including all the medications that they prescribe and additional MAT medications, and dealing with the community, treatment, doctors, RN. It's all based on medical. It's 1.5 million, but it's all broken down. What was not mentioned that I am very aware of, it's not all medical. It's the custodial staff and the non-custodial staff are all involved and have all contributed to this treatment. And that needs to be discussed and stated. It's a culture that the correctional officers usually, some people think correctional officers are just there for lock them up and what have you. The correctional officers I get phone calls from, and it's unsolicited, see the value in this program, and that says a lot. And it's because you have provided them with training and understanding of what is going on. So I thank you so much for that. I've got other questions that I'm going to ask when the next time I tour, and I'm going to specifically want to know more about this program and see it. I think the last time we toured, almost pre-COVID, we watched the administration of Matt, and I was flabbergasted. It's a very medically oriented kind of program. So again, are you letting us gonna go visit, or is there a COVID no-go? Will there, if some wanted to visit, let's say the correctional center or the main state prison and speak with your staff, may we?
Yes, of course. This committee is always welcome anytime. The only time that I would hesitate is if there's a current outbreak and that comes and goes, right? And so
yeah,
as long as it be safe for you and safe for the residents and reduce harm to them, glad to have you anytime.
Good, thank you. Again, I say this from my heart. Good job.
Thank you.
No other questions? It's been, we often don't get good news, and this sounds like good news. So I thank you, and I'm sure there's a lot of smiles that there's a lot of information here we can begin and continue with your program. Again, I applaud you. Thanks.
Thank you.
So this will end for this morning, unless you had anything else to say, Commissioner or Ms. Black, Dr. Thornell? No? Good. All right then, thank you all. And to the committee members, we have 3 work sessions. I haven't discussed this with my co-chair, but would we take a break? This seems like this might take a little while. Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also have another briefing on Resolve 20.
Excuse me. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Resolve 2021, Chapter 120, Report on Stigmatizing Language. You'll remember that this is a bill that we passed last session. This is Representative Pluker's bill. And part of it is that we would get a report back. Possibly Jane could start us off if she was willing.
Thank you about that. Go ahead, Jane.
Okay. We can do some screen sharing if that's okay with you, because there are a number of pieces of paper here that might be good to look at. So Deb, could you bring up the report on stigmatizing language? That all ready?
One moment.
Yeah, I think if we can scroll so that we just have the whole first page to look at, there you go. No, back up to that letter.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, here we go. Resolve Chapter 120 directed the reviser to review titles 22, 22A, 25, and 34A for stigmatizing language in the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Public Safety, and the Department of Corrections. And the resolve required them to report by January 15th and provide draft legislation to amend the laws in those 4 titles. 22 and 22A are both Department of Health and Human Services. 25 is Department of Public Safety. 34A is Department of Corrections. And the report is supposed to identify places in those statutes where certain named terms are used and change those into certain other named terms. The reviser didn't have a choice of the term that they would choose as a replacement. It was specified in Chapter 120. So those words are prisoner, inmate, and convict were to be changed to resident of a correctional facility or resident of a jail, depending on the particular context. Drug user was to be changed to person who uses drugs. Probationer was to be changed to client of the Department of Corrections, and mentally ill person was to be changed to person with a mental illness. So what you have received from the reviser is a list. It is a brief report, this front page, and then 30 pages of suggested statutory language making those changes. And then you also have about 7 or 8 pages of Appendix A, and that appendix is for, let me see what the exactly called it. Exceptions, variations, and inconsistencies. And it is a report about the particular terms and if they had a problem fitting that term in, or if it made nonsense or didn't make a readable sentence. So what you have is a short cover page to the report, 30 pages of suggested legislation, and then the Appendix A of exceptions, variations, and inconsistencies. That's the overview. What would you like to do next?
muted myself, I'm sorry. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Orbiton, could you remind us of the next steps of the process that we need to continue on with this legislation?
Well, the resolve then said, after it directs the reviser to present this legislation and the report to you, it then says, based on the report, the committee may report out legislation to change stigmatizing language in Titles 22, 22A, 25, and 34 to respectful language. And also, so that you may report out legislation, and in that legislation, direct the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Public Safety, and Department of Corrections to amend their rules, policies, and procedures, forms, and publications to conform to any respectful language that is adopted by the legislature. So it's the legislation has to happen first, but the legislation can have in it a directive to the department to change their language.
Thank you. That's helpful. So let me know if this seems like the proper process. So now that we've been delivered the report from the revisor's office, we can all review it together. And then we have been authorized through this to report out a committee bill with these, or maybe I'm not calling it the right thing. So correct me.
That's right.
That's right. Okay. So we could report out a committee bill asking that these changes be made in these chapters that are identified?
Yes.
Does it feel like maybe we should give ourselves a week? And this is where I'd want to know from the committee. I know everybody's really busy and this is a little bit of a chunk of a report. So if folks want a week or 2 weeks, I guess I'm really open to that time frame.
We'll leave that question out there. I have a couple of hands and people can raise their hands on that. Are you done, Representative Warren?
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. I am trying to find out who was next. Is it Representative Reckett or Senator?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, go right ahead, Representative Reckett.
In spite of my best efforts to remain organized, I cannot quickly locate this report. My question is, can you just send it again? And then those of us who have misplaced or never printed or had a problem could have the report once more.
Yeah.
And others who did it faithfully already could just ignore the email.
I'd be happy to send it again. It's also posted on the committee webpage under committee materials, not under an LD number, but just straight under committee materials. But I'll send it to you, sure.
All right, thank you.
Representative Rickett, maybe it's in. Whoops. We got it in a first class mail a couple of weeks ago. If you got something like that, that's what it was in. But of course, you'll be able to print it out, probably about 20 pages or so. Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Jane.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I wanted to bring up, and I've had several people approach me about this, is that when you talk about respect, your definition of respect is the respect taken in consideration to the victims. It sounds like this is more respect to the people that committed the crime. And so I just want to see if there has been any input from victims on this. And I think that to me was not explored. So I just wanted to put that out there. I think that should be explored before we go and make any decisions on this.
Can someone respond to Senator Seaway? Will we get a list of who was on this committee? Will we know? Jane?
This was not the usual study committee. This was the resolve directed the revisor's office to go through the statutes and identify every place where those specific terms were used and present to you legislation that would change those terms to the substitute term. There was no, it wasn't a matter of judgment call or where they thought it could happen, should happen, or there were no policy choices for them to make. It was really ministerial. Although they did provide you Appendix A where they noted that they had some problems.
All right. I just want to follow with that, Representative Pluka. I was looking at the stigmatizing phrase or what have you. We've all learned to say instead of an alcohol user, it's a user of alcohol. I thought we would do substance use, but drug user, the definition has changed. For those of you who have that, the rationale, you'd almost have to have your Vertigo book to reference what it's changed to. I don't know. It says definition has changed of a drug user. So don't wait at the last minute to read this because you're going to do a lot of cross-referencing to see what it is. So you see what I'm talking about, Mr. Overton? I think it's appendix page 3 in the middle. It says drug user. And the proposed modification is it's changed. But when you look at the rationale, you probably have to look at 3 or 4 different chapters to know what it's changed to. So,
yeah, you're right. And there are a number of places on the first page of the exceptions in Appendix A. That issue was also brought up with regard to drug user.
Okay, yep. See it. I think we've already started using that. Okay, I'll stop here. And other things. Representative Pluka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the idea is that they've purely gone through the statute, found the exact phrase that we were looking for when we issued the resolution, and then it's been changed with another exact phrase. Now, there are places when they went through the report, they said, well, if we change it in this place, it might actually change the intent of the law. And so in that case, you'll look down in your appendix there where they say, well, we weren't so sure about changing it in this one place. So that's kind of how the report is laid out there. And then I wanted to respond to Senator Searway's comments about looking to victims. And I know in a lot of language, we don't use the word victims anymore. We use the word survivors or people who have had this experience, changing it to a person first language. And I don't know if this bill was not specific to looking at that language within our statute, and I have no knowledge of how that language might be used in our statute, but I'd be very happy to work with him or anybody else to do that kind of work in our statute as well.
I'd like to ask you a question, Representative Pluka. Is this only for adults or do we use all the same terms with juveniles? And do we call them youths or juveniles or when I started was delinquent? Is that too bad to say now? Go ahead.
Probably so.
Okay.
I think this resolution was targeted towards specific chapters of the criminal code. And so I don't know if it applies to juveniles in those chapters. Jane might be able to answer that better.
Well, it doesn't, but there is a little bit of crossover. And there are and there are a few problems with regard to that. Let me look. So client of the department also includes juvenile client or juvenile detainee or informally adjusted juvenile. And that creates a few problems. As you work through it, you'll see some of them.
Well, we don't use the term prisoner for a juvenile, so that's a prisoner now is a resident of a correctional facility. So I thought we were supposed to call them youth residents. Okay, we'll get to that. I have Senator Seaway, your hand is up. You still have a question?
Yes, when I think of a victim, I think of if it was your daughter being raped or killed or something like that, are you going to try to figure out a little definition of what you think of the criminal act of that person it is, and how you explain what they are, and also how you explain what your daughter felt or how they are treated? Or this is overkill. I think they're already doing respectful things in the jails, in the prisons. They're following protocol and what the person did and what they are, and the same thing as a victim is a victim. A victim experiences a loss, of harm, and that's what it is. I don't know how you go around that. To me, this is all touchy-feely stuff, and we're really causing a lot of problems. And when you go and try to change everything up and make it sound like everybody's the same, well, they're not. And that's what I'm very afraid of. This is what this is doing. And there's a reality here, and you will experience it maybe someday in your own family or some family that's next to you, and you're going to say, what did I do? And so I'm really afraid of that, because I've contacted many people about what they felt about this, and they say a victim is a victim, and a crime is a crime. So
Senator
anyway,
Seaway,
I'm just how do we change this?
I'm going to let Representative Pluka speak in a second here. Let's just look at what we have. I don't see victim in here, and you'd have to change a lot of areas like victim services, victimization. There's a lot of things, but let's hold off on that. Representative Pluka?
I don't talk about anybody's family here, and I don't appreciate people talking about my family here. I think any person on this committee, assuming that they understand my experience or the experience of my family, and trying to use that for political gain or to run a political point, there's no place in that. And I wouldn't do that, and I don't expect to be treated that way. I would never say that any person who has committed a crime or survived a crime is the same. And insinuating that is just disrespectful to the entire process. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pluka. Representative Reckitt, followed by Representative Warren. You're muted, Representative Reckitt.
I'm sorry, I'm sitting here struggling because I have lived through the transition of referring to victims of domestic violence to survivors of domestic violence. And it was not an easy transition for me, and it's not an entire transition for me, because in my head, people who are victims of crime at some point in their life process, in their personal recovery, change into survivors of that crime. And I don't know that there's a fine demarcation that we can say, okay, everybody who a year ago was a victim of crime is now, surely they're a survivor by now. I don't have the right to name that for somebody else. And I don't know where that fine line is. But I do know that as I've watched women predominantly in domestic violence situations recover their own agency, they begin to talk to them about themselves as survivors. And I respect the fact that they wish to be referred that way. I don't know. I have to look at this whole thing and see whether there's a tug or a congruence, or whether it fits with what the process I've been going through for the last probably, I don't know, 7-10 years, trying to make this transition in my head, which I have not done uniformly and don't intend to, no matter how many people tell me it's a good thing to do, because I don't think it is uniform. I think it depends on the person and their own process. So I'm going to look at this thing with that kind of perspective, because that's the only one I can bring to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to suggest a date, since I didn't hear anybody else suggest a date, of February 25th. Unless folks have any pushback on that. That gives folks a chance to read the report and be ready for us to report out a committee bill together.
Say that date again, Representative Warren.
Yes, thank you. I was looking at Friday, February 25th.
That gives us time.
And just a reminder, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead.
If I may, just a reminder of the process. This is a bill that we passed, and I think some folks here, and I see Representative Rudnicki making sure that I know she voted against it, and I know Senator Searway did as well, and that's part of what happens in the democratic process. And you do not have to agree with it, and you can vote against our committee bill, but this isn't the time when we're gonna add new things in. This is a bill that passed through both houses, that some people fought against, but nonetheless it won. And now we are tasked with doing that work. So the time of debating whether we like it or not, or adding new things, I just respectfully say, we can slow ourselves down with those conversations, but really the time for that was last year. Now we have been given this group of work, something I believe in very much. It's fine that other people don't. That's who we are as humans. But I would ask that we please could just do our work, as opposed to continually slowing the work down with things that we at this point can't change.
I want to follow that, and thank you, Representative Warren. I want to ask you, since I got to look at the resolve. Okay, so what we have before us are all terms that we grew up with: prisoner, inmate, probationer, or what have you. So we will expect to, not us, but, well, will we expect to see something from the Department of Public Safety with some different terms? I don't see anything else. And then Health and Human Services.
I'm going to defer to the sponsor because I know he has worked with the department on this bill.
Representative Pluka, is that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, these changes mirror policy and changes that have already been made at DOC. So they've already done this within their own rules. So we're just changing statutes so it reflects a lot of the work that's already happened at DOC within their own policies.
And how about, we are also responsible for the Department of Public Safety. Will we be seeing a different list, or I want to be clear about this?
No, I actually don't know what work DPS has done internally with their rulemaking to reflect some of these changes. We were kind of taking inspiration from DOC in this work, and obviously some of the statute changes will affect it doesn't actually change anything that happens at DPS. They don't have to start referring to people differently if they internally decide they don't want to. That's not part of this bill. This bill just changes the language within the statute itself.
Okay, all right. I've got Representative Pickett, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I have to agree with Representative Warren at this point that that this basically what we're doing, we're seeing this resolve, seeing what it consists of, and giving ourselves a chance to, as I understand it, not necessarily create a bill, but we have that option to do a bill if we choose to do so as a committee to do so. And that's pretty much where we are right now. And I think there's a lot of value to a lot of the comments that have been made regarding this, but I agree. I think we need to wait until we get a chance to review it and go over it and decide what we want to do with it at that time. Thank you.
Senator Ph Ws.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would request some input from a victim standpoint and what the respect value would be from their point of view. And I think that's what we're lacking. So if there's any way of doing that, I'd like to see it like victim advocates or maybe victim, some victim groups like Mothers Against Drunk Drivers or something like that. Maybe that could have some input of what their feelings are about these changes. And so I think it's really important to hear from the victim groups. So if we could do that.
Well, I'm not sure we're going to make a resolve today, but we'll take that in consideration. I guess I am still a little confused because this was submitted by the reviser's office in the statute, and it speaks just of corrections right now. And when you said, Representative Pluker, as I understood you to say, that I guess it was up to Department of Public Safety if they were engaging in this. I think we all want to learn a lesson. I think people in Health and Human Services should know that the Department of Corrections has changed probationer and all those other terms. So I guess I'm being confused about this. Jane, if I may, Representative Pluker, Jane might enlighten us on this.
The directive to the reviser's office was to take those specific terms and use a substitute term and to draft the legislation to do that. In Title 22 with the Department of Health and Human Services, 22A, the same department, 25, the Department of Public Safety, and 34A, the Department of Corrections. By the lion's share is in the Department of Corrections. But they did identify places in Title 22 and 22A and 25 where those specific terms were used. So they're on pages 1 and 2. Page 1 of the legislation covers both of those other two departments. The whole rest of it is Department of Corrections.
Okay. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm with Jane, and I think everybody on the committee, any bill coming out of this committee will have a public hearing in which the Department of Public Safety or any victims advocacy groups who want to come forward would have a chance to speak to any bill that we're passing and sending onto the floor. So there is a public democratic process that we'll all be engaging in here.
Thank you, Representative Pluker. I was thinking of the same thing. You do have the term victim both in public safety and in Health and Human Services, if that's the issue. Corrections is still uses it, but not as widely. It's just a term that's understandable right now. But, all right, I don't see any other hands up. So does this conclude this briefing, Representative Warren? Until we meet again on the 25th of February, most probably, which is a good date. We'll work on that one.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, good. So again, I see that there are people, I'm not sure how long this should last. Do you have a suggestion, Representative Warren, to continue, or can we have a break for some people to have some refreshments?
I'm open to whatever you guys want to do. Are people feeling like you can push on through? I'm open. I'm seeing Danny
No.
wants to push on through.
Okay.
Him sitting on
All
the
right.
beach.
All right, we shall. We're talking work sessions now, okay? So no
I've
one.
got coffee. I'm all set to go.
Oh, good.
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 Yeah, I don't think it will take us very long to work
All
through
right.
these 3 bills.
Okay. So, and everybody who's an attendee is very happy you said that, Representative Warren. Okay. The next bill, and it's a work session, is LD 476, an act to provide licensed assisted living and nursing facility levels of care for incarcerated persons. And we have Jane.
Sure. This is Representative Morales' bill, and it requires the Commissioner of Corrections to establish and maintain long-term care services at the assisted living and nursing facility levels of care as defined by the Department of Health and Human Services in units that are licensed by the Department of Health and Human Services and that are located within correctional facilities and in licensed facilities in the community. This bill has had at least one work session and was continued for work today. I do not have any additional information for you at this time.
Okay, thank you. Well, we have your update of January 11th. I believe, Representative Morales, you may have an amendment, I trust. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jane. Yes, I'm hoping this will be very simple for the committee, and I just want to report the work that you allowed me to do with the department by tabling this bill and giving me that afternoon, just to report within an hour we had come to a resolution with the department. So as you know, this bill we heard last year, the department went to work immediately after hearing from the main pieces of testimony and folks who had testified on this bill, met with folks in the community and came up with a plan over the summer into the fall that they adopted into rules. And what the rules do is essentially exactly what we were hoping as the intent of the original bill. So now those folks who are residents of the Department of Corrections who have terminal or severely incapacitating medical conditions can apply through the SCCP process to either be treated and reside at a facility in the community if there is space for that, or they can apply to be treated at home. And that is currently within the rules that the Department of Corrections worked out. And I am pleased that the intent of this legislation is satisfied with those rule changes within SCCP. So I would like to ask this committee for an ought not to pass on LD 476 as a result of that.
Okay, we shall, I'm looking, I think I've got Representative Fluker may have a question, followed by Representative Pickett.
Thank you. Was that a motion or do we not have a motion on the floor? Sorry for.
Well, she's presenting, so.
Okay.
No motion yet.
Okay. I'm open to the ought not to pass conversation to be had. I'd like a letter to the department to kind of go along with it. And in the letter, I'd like to hear one, just that how the department has reached out to the residents of the facilities so that they know that this work is being done, and that for those of them who are going to be there long term, there is the opportunity for kind of improved healthcare at the end of their lives if they have the opportunity, or that they do have that opportunity. And then also just a report back from the DOC as to how that education process has worked.
Was that a motion, or can we have some comments and questions first?
Yeah, no, I didn't move anything.
Okay. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the question I have, I guess it would be for the sponsor first, and that would be, I'm looking at the proposed amendment that was given back when the testimony was given by the commissioner, and it was just a couple of lines that said the commissioner shall establish and maintain or contact for long-term care services, included assisted living and nursing facility levels of care for prisoners for whom such services are necessary, as determined by the facility's treatment physician. So is this what you're talking about, Representative Morales, that's the process that you're saying was put into the rules or whatever, so that would be the process that's being used? Am I understanding you correctly?
May I respond, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, exactly. That instead of having the department, as the bill was originally written, be licensed to provide this service, that exactly what was in that amendment, they incorporated that into their rules for the SCCP program.
So that would be a process that they would use with what they're doing right now in the correction facilities. And if they got to a point where they felt they could not take care of a person, that they would have that option to do that at the facilities at the recommendation of the facilities treating physician, if I'm understanding you correctly. Okay, thank you. And I don't know where I don't know. Excuse me. I don't know where I just asked a question whether I can do this or not, but I'm going to do it. And if not, I'm sure I'll hear about it. But I would honor your wishes, Representative Morales, and I do really appreciate your concern for this issue and stuff. And I may have looked at it, and I did look at it in another respect, and I just would share that with you. And that is that I looked at it I just had to go through this process with my father-in-law, and the process for anyone else out here that is not incarcerated to get into a facility to get this kind of help is a process where they might have some life savings. They may not be a lot, but they may be whatever. In this case, my father-in-law did have some life savings. We had to expend those life savings for personal care to pay for that before he could get in on main care. And that being said, with the facilities and the shortages of staff and everything that's going on right now, my concern is more for those outside the facility than inside the facility, because they're spending their own money, and then they're being asked to spend money to help someone else who's not in that position. So I think that really is where I was coming from. I know this amendment that I saw before. I didn't know if it was going to be actually enacted or not. So therefore, that it was enacted, that I think that speaks to that and gives some, and kind of gets me across the bridge, so to speak, and stuff. So that being said, after talking all that much, I probably can't do it, but I'll wait for somebody else to make the motion.
Representative Warren, if it's okay, I'd like to clarify something. As Representative Morales said, her original bill changed a little bit, and I think she'll agree it's very well agreed upon. This is supervised community confinement they can apply for, not necessarily going to a nursing home or another care. The parents, the wife, the spouse, the children can make a request, and rather than die in prison, if you have the ability to apply and everything else falls into place, there's a lot of things, do's and don'ts, what the type of crime was or what have you. This allows them to go. I will tell you, it's a little known secret, but even when it wasn't, it was a law. It was approved by some commissioners in the past to die at home. Some of them are very sick. So this is right in there. To answer Representative Pluker, the inmates, the prisoner, the adult resident would know this quite well, because it would be the responsibility of the case manager to deal with the do's and don'ts. Policies change quicker. But I didn't want to speak for the whole department, but I want to clarify that this is not necessarily going to a nursing home. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to second Representative Pickett's motion, and with a couple of things. One, I was just going to say that you can totally talk when you're making a ought not to pass or an ought to pass. It's just the tabling motion that we have to be careful of, but that was good. But I would ask, as a friendly amendment, I supported the idea of Representative Pluker that we would also send a letter asking for some education of the residents that are there. So if Representative Pickett is open to my friendly amendment, I would like to second his ought not to pass.
Yeah, just so I'm 100% clear, maybe Representative Pluker would explain that again, exactly what he's looking for in the letter, and then I can make my decision.
Representative Pluker,
Thank
could you
Madam
answer
Chair.
his question? Thank you.
Yes, certainly. The reason for this letter is I've been working with some folks who are inside here at MSP, and they've been eager to know how this bill is going to turn out, and so they basically, I would like it to be communicated to them that this policy change is happening within the department, because I think they're going to be really excited about it. And then, so that's what I referred to as education within the department, that this is a policy that they're coming into. And then I'd also just like a report back from DOC sometime next year. This is a letter, so there's nothing statutory forcing this, but I'd request a report back on how the process went and how it was received.
Yeah, and I thank you for that explanation, because that makes it clear to me, and you're just letting people know, which they should know, that there is that opportunity and stuff. So that part sounds fine to me. So I see another hand. I don't know if it's more questions regarding the bill or not. So I'll back off for now.
Senator Cjps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the intent of this letter. I just, I know that there are individuals that may not understand this, or they may see an opportunity in a sense, and I'm wondering if it's going to take and stir some issues. And I'd just like to hear from Department of Corrections what they're feeling about this letter would do. Because, people are at a point in their life where and especially if you're incarcerated, a way to get something changed in their life. And I just, if it's going to the correctional facilities, people that are in there, how's this handled? Because I just don't want to cause more mental health issues because they're going to be struggling trying to get something done that they don't fit into that category. You know what I'm saying? So I just, could we hear from them before we go and make a decision on this letter?
I'm not sure. They're not here, not that I see. I'm not sure if I understand your question, Senator Serway. There is already, this is dealing with supervised community confinement. There's already a format, an application, and the steps. The district attorneys are involved, the neighbors are involved, and the victims are involved. They just aren't transferred because the Department of Corrections so
Right.
sees fit.
So I'm just saying, is it agitating an issue, or is it how's this work? I don't know how it works, and I'm not a mental health worker, but I know if you get a letter going directly to a person, a resident, so whatever you know that we're looking at.
Just to keep it going faster, to clarify what you're saying, the prisoner or anybody can ask to be considered for supervised community confinement. Serve your
Right.
prison, okay? These people are ill, that we were talking about. It is then given to a probation officer while the prisoner is still serving his sentence. It sometimes takes 6 months. They have a format of a way of doing it. They contact the prosecuting attorney, who will give it a thumbs up, thumbs down. The neighbors where the person will be residing, and the victim. And it's the probation officer that talks to the victim. And every probation officer has done these interviews, and they know how sensitive it is. And they report back what the victims of the crime say about someone being released.
No, I understand that part of it. I just, it's the letter I'm talking about that goes to a residence, that's all.
No, it won't go to a residence. It's a letter to, go ahead, Representative Pluker. Do you want to explain that again?
Thank you, Madam DeChambeau. Yeah, or Madam Chair, Senator DeChambeau. Exactly. This is not a letter to any residents of the facilities. This is just a letter to DOC asking them to do the education and to let us know how the education goes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I just didn't quite catch the gist of it.
Representative Morales?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just to put a finer point on what Representative Pluker just said, I was just communicating with Anna Block about the letter, and she said that they are very comfortable informing residents of changes to the policy. They already do so, and they will already do so, and it's not a heavy lift for them to do that. Thank you.
Tell her to also send it to the caseworker. Just okay. Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. And now that I understand exactly what the letter is and everything, I see no problem with that. So I would make that motion. If it hasn't already been made, I'll make it again. The motion ought not to pass.
Okay, and it was Representative Warren who had a friendly amendment.
No, second.
Okay. Do we have to vote on the amendment first, Representative Warren? We don't? Okay. So
nope, I think if everybody knows that what we're voting on is an ought not to pass with sending a letter to DOC, then we can have Deb call the roll.
Now I'm confused. Ought not to pass with the letter?
Yep, it's an ought not to pass motion with a letter to DOC.
I really am not clicking on it.
So we don't need the bill anymore. So we're going to kill the bill by a unanimous ought not to pass. So the bill will be gone. We don't need a resolve or anything like that. And then what, some members that will, got it?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. I have two hands up. Are those old hands? That wasn't an insult to you, Representative Pickett. And Representative Pluker, do you have a question or a comment? No, okay. All right, so it's been moved and seconded, ought not to pass with the addition of sending a letter to the Department of Corrections on how best they will inform the residents, correct? Okay, of the program. We need a roll call.
Okay, cameras on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales votes yes. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt votes yes. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner votes yes. Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Pickett votes yes. Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Costain votes yes. Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki votes yes. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Newman votes yes. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker votes yes. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator Searway votes yes. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau votes yes. That's unanimous with 11 yes votes and 2 members absent.
Thank you. Thank you all. Yep. My mind derailed for about 5 minutes there. I didn't know what I was voting for, and now I do. Okay. The next bill we have is LD 1154, and that's an act to improve the safety of prisoners and jail staff by limiting work hours of jail employees, and that is from Representative Collins. And we had a public hearing. Now I will turn it over to Ms. Overton for the analysis of that public hearing.
Okay. This is an act to improve the safety of prisoners and jail staff by limiting work hours of jail employees, sponsored by Representative Collins. When the bill was heard last year and worked last year, and it was scheduled for a work session last month, and Representative Collins was not able to be present. He had a family emergency. So taking you back to before that, Representative Collins had reported that he'd been having discussions with the Cumberland County Sheriff, and he also stressed the severity of staffing shortages, safety issues, and the need for jails to work with people on behavioral health and substance use disorder treatment. The bill requires employees to receive 8 hours off duties for every 16 hours worked on duty. There was a bill analysis dated January 11th on this bill. I have not received any new information. So I'm turning it over to you.
Okay.
We'll let you know if the appointment is canceled.
All right. Anybody have any questions on that? It's been a while since we saw it. Requires jail. Okay. Yes.
I think that Representative Collins and some other people are in the waiting room.
Yep, they are. That's what I was waiting for. Would you like to call in Representative Collins? Yes, thank you.
And, excuse me, Madam Chair, I think there are some sheriffs and maybe some other people there who you might want to talk to. I'm just alerting you.
Yeah, is this the one we got a call that that Sheriff Morton might want to come in? I see Sheriff Joyce and Sheriff Nichols. So I'll begin with Representative Collins to update us. And is there an amendment, Representative Collins?
Good afternoon now. Senator Deschambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the committee. Yes, I wanted to propose something very simple. As you remember, probably from the past public hearing and work sessions, the issue was about the amount of hours that were being worked and the impact overall in the facilities, and then safety concerns outside of the facilities. In the course of deliberation, we've heard from the sheriffs and advocates for the workers and others that there's all these other root issues causing issues with employment. And I believe that some of the sheriffs want to speak about that. If someone wants to ask them a question about what the last couple years have been like. What I want to do is I want to be fair and judicious, and having learned a lot and listened to all sides the past, more than a year, I want to make sure that we do what has to be done in the future, but also specifically, I don't want to take away from the intent of this bill. Now, as you know, when you try to fix something, often all these other issues come about when you're cleaning up the house, so to speak. But still, I do want to mention that I have concerns that at some point, if we don't address this issue of people working more than 16 hours, the impact that has on prisoner safety, the strenuous amount of work these correctional officers and staff already have, that by not addressing it, it's just going to get worse, and it's going to be harder to retain employees if when every time a new worker comes into a facility, in the case of Cumberland and York County, they're severely understaffed. They really, they're making some grounds, but there's still challenges there. So it makes it hard to retain workers with this type of schedule and the mandated amount of hours. So something has to be done on that. So I would like to ask that the committee, maybe I can, I don't know if, I've checked with some members of the committee and others. I asked if there was some other initiative going on where we're looking at overall the root causes of the pay, the mental health issues that really we're burdening the prison workers, the jail workers with. I don't see any big effort in county jails while we're studying and looking at how we can fix these issues, which are only going to get worse. And from what I've been hearing, the issues that may be in places like York and Cumberland County, they may not be in other counties in the state, but sheriffs that, are saying that they're going to happen in other counties. It's just a matter of time if we don't address these underlying issues. So I don't know what the answer is. The sheriffs want to talk to you about this, but I wouldn't feel right if we don't find some way to address those. As far as the bill itself, I don't know if it's been a while. It was a very simple bill. It was an emergency bill that stated all of the impacts of overworking of staff in these conditions, the impact to inmates, to the staff, to the public safety, the accidents that have happened of people being overworked and driving home. So that was why the emergency was put in place. So to deal with that issue specifically today and expedite this process for you in committee, I would say that I will leave it to your discretion, but to give time for the counties to plan for this, instead of having it an emergency, I would request, if you so choose, to amend it to have whatever date you think is enough time for them to plan for this, but maybe it be the 1st of January, 2023, or the 1st of January, 2024. But Again, I strongly believe that this is a matter of safety, and just like in the trucking industry, you have to take a stop. You just can't driving. In any industry, there's breaking points, and if we don't deal with that, this issue is just going to get worse. So for everyone, so I would just request that. I know the sheriffs have many challenges. I didn't see any way that the advocates of the staff and the administration would come together this year and say we agree to X, Y, or Z. So I'm hoping that in light of that, instead of having an emergency, maybe you can give them so much time to implement this, and whether that date would be the first of next year or the following year. And the sheriffs have a lot more to say, though. And as I mentioned, trying to fix one problem, all these other issues have come up, and I'm very deeply concerned about the state of our whole system in county jails. And if we don't do something, this problem is just going to get worse. So thank you for your consideration. And I want to just thank the committee and the sheriffs, the workers. What has happened the last couple of years, I just can't even imagine having to work in a facility under these circumstances. Thank you.
Representative Collins, I want to be clear on this because you use the term jails or prisons. So we're talking county jails and the employees, not just, okay, right? I mean, I'm going by your original bill.
Yeah, on my original bill, it's as far as I know, it's the county jails. That was brought up to me. I didn't hear anything on state facilities. It was the county jails. So and reaching out to representatives in those facilities, I didn't hear them asking to be included in legislation. So at this point, it would be pertaining to the counties, Senator DeChambeau.
Okay, thank you. I have two people with their hands up, and we'll begin with Representative Rudnicki, followed by Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually, two things. I would like to hear from Sheriff Nichols as to how this would actually affect the departments. But I also believe this should actually fall under labor negotiations and not something that we should be mandating. But if Sheriff Nichols could actually kind of walk us through what his thought process is on this, I'd appreciate it.
Any objection, Representative Warren? We'll recognize our sheriffs that are here, and welcome Sheriff Nichols.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, when the Maine Sheriff's Association is not opposed to this, the concept of this. The issues we have here is, I understand that when the law was created, it was looking at the 8-hour shifts and then requiring someone to work a double. And then that's what I think that's why it was set at 16 hours. The majority of Maine sheriffs' jails are 12-hour shifts. And so the challenges we have are a couple. One, for example, part-timers. It's really difficult to find part-time work these days to call people in. In order to get somebody to work part-time, you got to have them take 5 weeks off from work to attend the academy full-time, to get certified before they're even allowed to work the jail. So a lot of us work without part-time help, which actually they're full-time, but they actually work part-time. It's complicated. And secondly, in the example of like 12-hour shifts, we work 6 to 6, most of us, and around 4 o'clock in the morning, if somebody's sick, they call in, and now we've got to search for somebody, and it's very difficult to do. In our case, and just using Franklin County as an example, we don't mandate people to work 18-hour shifts. Most of the time, people volunteer, but the ability to hold somebody over to at least 18 instead of 16 works a lot better for most of us. So yeah, while I understand what the issues are, I think most of us would feel better if we could just leave it at 18 hours max instead of modifying it to 16 hours. It's just sometimes you can't find somebody to come in and work those additional 6 hours, on a columns. Hey, come in, work 6 hours on your days off. we're just not getting it. And so sometimes we have to mandate it, especially recently with the COVID outbreaks, the way it's been sweeping through our jails. We've had a real difficult time staffing just shifts. It's very difficult.
Thank you, Sheriff Nichols. And I will look at Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff Nichols, for being here today and speaking on this issue. I guess what I would ask you is if you were listening to the bill sponsor in regards of what he would like to see happen with the bill and these other issues that are ongoing issues for you folks. Are those issues that you as an MSA organization feel that you're going to be able to come up with some recommendations or resolves or stuff for? Because I think this piece of legislation was geared for one thing, and we're trying to deal with that one thing, which I've just heard you speak on. So I just would like to kind of understand what your thoughts are on that.
Is that directed to Sheriff Nichols?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, regardless if we wait until 2023 to come up with an answer, I think even a year from now, we're still going to be dealing with the same staffing issues, the way the current laws are set up. And I know Sheriff Joyce could probably pipe in on this as well. I don't really see how things like how the ability to staff these shifts really changes with this law. It just makes it more complicated for us. And then to the point where we would have to mandate people to come in and force people in and that sort of thing. And we try to stay away from that as much as possible. But again, I understand the concept. We all understand the concept, but it's very difficult to maintain a full shift.
Are you through, Representative Pickett?
Yes, I'm all set for now. I do have a question for the bill sponsor, though, when you can circle back to me on that.
Okay. Thank you. And Senator Ph.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have a big appreciation for what Representative Collins is trying to do, because it is something that's always an issue about getting, enough break between shifts. But I understand as far as importance for, I've listened to sheriffs that had to even do shifts themselves in the jail system, and also they end up trying to do the best they can. There's times when somebody might be at the end of their shift and something serious happens and they can't just leave it. I mean, if somebody's being harmed or somebody's in a serious situation, you're waiting for backup, and you can't just say, geez, at the 16th hour, you're gonna give up. And it happens even in the jails. So I understand where the sheriffs are coming from. And I just wanted to ask if, Kevin Joyce can kind of explain how it's working now. I mean, you've got the unions and your administrative decisions, and I'm sure that they're trying the best they can. And all the sheriffs, I mean, I don't think that they're abusing the system. They're more trying to come up with solutions themselves. But putting another law, like I heard Sheriff Nichols say, that it puts a little more, troublesome feel on things. So I wanted to hear from Kevin Joyce what his thoughts are on this.
Sheriff Joyce?
So good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Ph. it's a little easier for me because we have 8-hour shifts. So a double is 16 hours as opposed to most of the sheriffs having 12-hour shifts. There was a time when I thought that maybe 12 hours would help us out, but I found out that a lot of people would leave employment for us if we ever went to 12-hour shifts. So I backed off that rather quickly. We're down 60 corrections officers. We were a victim of the Great Resignation. We were a victim of the fact that when everyone else was able to social distance, including law enforcement to a certain extent, I mean, they could choose what to get involved in and not get involved in. Corrections officers had no ability whatsoever. They could not social distance. They're dealing with a population that is at best, it's an ill population. They're dealing with a population that does not believe in the fact that COVID exists. They're dealing with a population that does not believe that masks work. So, even though we don't work people beyond 16 hours because it works out that way and we want the people to have 8 hours. My staff is working 16 hours a day, like continually. I'm working at 50% capacity. And I try to explain to folks, including, some of our law enforcement partners that, unlike the restaurant that can close off a portion of your restaurant and not serve because you have only a certain amount of waitresses or cooks, unlike a store that can shut down registers or have you self-checkout, or just limiting, when you're open. The jail's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And we're expected to take inmates. Now, I will tell you that most jails right now, because of COVID, are only accepting certain arrests, felonies, and anything that's a crimes against a person. That creates a frustration for our law enforcement partners that sometimes have people that the warning, the subsequent summons has not been a deterrent and they need to arrest the person. And I would suggest that even jail for some folks is not a deterrent either. So, I think that Representative Collins' bill it is somewhat timely, but right now, we're paying pretty good. I mean, the county commissioners have ramped up what we're paying here in Cumberland County, and I'm still not attracting people. And law enforcement is close behind. People are just not getting into the profession. And I would ask you one thing. You hear young kids, children, saying, when I grow up, I want to be an astronaut, a fireman, a policeman. When's the last time you heard a kid say, I want to be a corrections officer? And if you heard that, let me know, because I'll give them an application and we can get them on board. So, all of the jails are having a difficult time with it because the arrests haven't stopped. I use it for instance. I've got one individual that's got COVID pretty badly in the hospital, plus some other underlying issues. He's in for homicide. We've been sitting on this guy for 2 weeks now. We'll probably sit on for another 2 weeks. That's a post that I have to fill in addition to additional posts of quarantining people when they come into the jail. If COVID went away tomorrow, I could collapse that post. And isolation is another pod that we have to post in amongst everything else. So that's 3 positions that over and above the normal day-to-day activity that I speak from my jail has to do. And this gets played out throughout the state as well. So, we're kind of hurting because nothing is stopped in the law enforcement world, if you will. Nothing is slowed down. But our folks are looking at other jobs where they can work from home, if necessary, social distance, if necessary, and deal with something other than people that is just a revolving door. So I don't know what the answer is. I know that money and benefits are helpful, but that's still not the answer. And I don't know what the future brings, but it is a difficult time now running a jail than it was 3 or 4 years ago. That's a long-winded answer, Senator.
Okay. Sorry.
Can I just do a follow-up on that? Madam Chair?
I've had Representative Warren for a while, having her hand up, but I think we pretty much know what Sheriff Joyce is talking about. We've heard this repeatedly. I leave it up to you, Senator Sarway, if it's something that would help us.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, ask, how would this bill help, or would it's just not the time to do something like this?
Let's see what Representative Warren has to say, and I think I heard both Sheriff Nichols, they're both struggling with it too, pros and cons to that. Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hear the struggle for both Sheriff Nichols and Sheriff Joyce. And I think the piece that's tough for us as committee members about this bill, about making a decision about the bill, is it would be very difficult for me to make a decision to vote against this bill when I know there's such a problem happening for the sheriffs, and I know that we've been talking about this for so long. So I was going to ask, is there a fix, or is there an idea that you guys have that maybe we could use this bill for? But then I just heard Sheriff Joyce say, I don't know what the answer is, and I'm with you. I think we're all struggling with that. So then I started thinking, well, what about this idea of the sponsor that Representative Collins suggested, that if we gave it a 2-year timeline and with a couple of other pieces. One, obviously, you guys need an exception for exigent circumstances, or an exception for state of emergency or something, right? I don't know what that language is, but we obviously would need that. And I did check in with the sponsor just now over Messenger, and he would support, obviously, that language around an exception for an emergency. But secondly, I feel like the idea of 2 years, 24 months, sometimes putting something into statute can force some action in a way that, quite frankly, you guys have been talking about this for a long time, and we aren't getting any action from anybody. I feel like folks aren't paying attention to your pleas. And so sometimes putting something into statute can be helpful. Thankfully, this is a work session, because that certainly wasn't a question. It was adding to the same angst that I hear coming from the sheriffs. But maybe I'll float that idea. Do you agree that a 24-month timeline with an exception for emergencies would be helpful, or are you still like, no, that's not going to be helpful? And it's to either or both sheriffs if we were so fortunate as to hear from both of you.
I'll yield to Sheriff Nichols, as he's representing the NSA. I jumped on as Representative Collins to support him. And then I'll answer, I guess. Sheriff Nichols, you want?
Right. So again, it all comes down to the ability to hire people. And I think that is what we all struggle with. And as Sheriff Joyce so eloquently pointed out, nobody, leaves high school to become a corrections officer. It's one of those things people kind of fall into. It's a very challenging career, and we have huge revolving doors. We're lucky if somebody comes in and stays with us 2.5 years, perhaps, and then they leave. So I think our issue, and I think everybody's issue, is the ability just to maintain the workers, so you don't have to worry about overworking people at all. It'd be nice if I had, additional staff, we could just plug right in, but it's just not a reality sometimes. So whether we wait 1 year, 2 years, I mean, who knows? Maybe the work climate will change in 2 years. Maybe in 2 years we come back and we find out that nothing's changed. But it is what it is, I guess. I don't have the magic bullet on this myself. I wish I had.
And I would agree, 2 years is probably the best we can hope for right now.
Thank you both.
Who's next is Representative Newman and then Pickett, but I asked if I may give a comment here. Number one, I recall the county commissioners. They have a role to play in this. And sometimes, no matter what you come up with, they've got purse strings, and the county commissioners, I should say, and maybe the managers. The other thing that keeps gnawing at me is the number of counties we have and their representation with their unions and negotiations. If it's a law, that takes away or adds to their negotiations. I don't think you can negotiate those kinds of hours. I would presume that there's a big difference between Waldo County Jail, Two Bridges, York, and Piscataquis jails. I don't think there's one size that fits all. I work in the state. I did work in a state prison, and things, gotta tell you, I agree with you, Sheriff Joyce. It is much more difficult dealing with newly admitted residents at the jails than it is in the prison system. But they've negotiated 12 hours, and I've heard many times after they've worked a 12-hour shift, and you're correct, Sheriff Joyce, about an hour before someone calls in sick, someone had a car accident, you've got to find 2 bodies. But they work maybe 3 or 4 hours over that shift just to cover until they're locked in. And so adjustments are made. So I want to throw that out because, and I was surprised MMA didn't provide any testimony. With that, I will turn it over to Representative Newman, who has a question. And before we do that, whenever Jane has her hand up, I want to, she'll clarify something or put the stop sign on us. I don't know. So.
Oh,
Jane.
thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's really just a matter of clarification. I'm not quite sure what the bill means. What it says is that an employee must receive 8 hours off duty for every 16 hours the employee works on duty. Does that mean within any 24-hour period, an employee may not work more than 16 hours? Or does it, is it really an issue of earning vacation time that you take later? It just needs to be a little clearer on exactly what it's being said. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, let's go with Representative Newman. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You actually brought up a lot of the things I was going to mention having to do with labor negotiations. I don't understand how we think we really can turn around and tell the county what they have to do. I understand, you know, as a body, we regulate the state police and the Department of Corrections and the prisons. But to tell a county how they have to run their hours, I don't really feel real good about that. I understand tired is tired. I've been in the service industry for 30 something years. I've been on the road for 24 hours straight before. We just had a state trooper run into one of our brand new light poles in downtown Belgrade at 8 o'clock in the morning because he fell asleep in his cruiser. And as we've been told, they don't work overnight shifts. So I assume he hadn't been up and on the road for very long that morning. So I have a problem with trying to mandate hours. I think that's a labor negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Newman. I got Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I look at the bill, and of course, the emergency for not having the help to be able to fill shifts and stuff like that is still here as it was in May 5th of last year. I mean, it's still here. There's no question about that. But it seems as though to me that the answer to or a good portion of the part of the answer to this is twofold. And that's one is taking and looking at bills that come across our table or maybe will come across our table. Such a case in point, we had a bill with a transport officer back a year or two ago, and how that fits into officer safety for corrections officers. So and how that helps them to be able to be another piece that can be used for a person thinking about going into corrections, being able to realize that they can have, if they're outside the facility, moving on, that they're and doing something outside the facility, transporting, that they have a protection for themselves, and that's another bill that we may or may not see. But I'm just saying those kind of things. And the second and most important thing, as I see it, is recruitment and retainment. And I don't really see how we as a legislature can provide that. I really don't see how we can do that. We have to, each individual county has to come up with a way that they can recruit and retain people by input from their county commissioners and from their budgets, their rate of pays and all that. But that's all stuff there. That's nothing that I see that we can control, that we can say and just come up with a magic number and say, okay, everybody in the state is mandated to do this to retain and recruit people. I don't think that can happen. So this is not an easy situation. And as I look here at the testimony from May 5th from Stephen Gordon, the president of the Maine County Commissioners Association, I think he said it well and very, very simple here in one paragraph. And I don't know if the sheriffs will agree with this or not. They may or may not, but I just posed the question to him. I'm going to read this very quickly and see if you agree with this statement or pick it apart if you want to help me understand more about what their concerns are. Because I think, as Senator DeChambeau said, I think this is a really important piece of it. And he said, as he concluded his testimony back then on May 5th, he said, jail employees are members of labor unions who collectively bargain for their terms of work, and were this bill to pass, it would constrain the ability of employers and employees to establish the terms of employment. That's his first point. The second point, many jail employees welcome the opportunity to work overtime and collect time and a half or more. If this bill were adopted, the flexibility of employees to voluntarily take on overtime shifts would be constrained. And thirdly, this bill includes no recognition of emergency situations where working additional hours may be required in order to protect the public, jail inmates, or other employees. And that would be along the line with what Representative Warren said, this exigent term put into someplace. But the two sheriffs that are on with us, Sheriff Nichols and Sheriff Joyce, and I'll go to Sheriff Nichols first because you're speaking for the MSA. Does that line up with what you folks are thinking about when you think about this bill and whether or not it's helpful or not to you as it's written, the bill we're looking at right now in front of us?
I think the 3 points you bring up are spot on. The 3 points brought up in that paragraph, you're dealing with contracts, and especially, so I would concur with that.
And I will as well. I have no argument whatsoever on that.
Jane? Okay.
No.
You have, okay. I'd like to stay with the representatives, and I've got Representative Renicki, followed by Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you can probably tell from my previous comments, is I'm totally against this bill, but I think that at the very least, and based on the makeup of the committee, at the very least, we should take Sheriff Nichols' comments into consideration about changing it to 18 hours versus the 16 hours that's listed in this, just because of how his department works on a 12-hour shift. And I'm sure we have more than one department that are 12-hour shifts, although we have both going on. So I'd certainly like to see that. However, I believe that this falls along telling counties what they can and can't do. So I'm against that to begin with. So, and I think that this is more of a labor issue than anything else. So that's where I stand on this, but thank you.
Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to thank my colleagues and the sponsor for bringing this bill and have this discussion. I do believe that all issues of public health, safety, and welfare are squarely within the role and the authority of the legislature statewide to address. And I'm really glad we're talking about this, because I see these there's sort of two intents behind this bill. One is to address safety of correction officers who, through exhaustion may put their own lives, the lives of their families at risk if they're driving and they're exhausted, the lives of those that they are serving within the correctional facilities. So I see that as a very important goal of this bill. And then the other is recruitment. And as we all know, we've heard the sheriffs talk about how difficult it is to recruit, adding increasing salaries is not working, increasing certain benefits may not be working. So we need to innovate in this area. We also know that employees are telling us it's a different day today for employees. They want a balance. They want work-life balance. And so is this something where we could really tackle these two issues of safety and help with recruitment by ensuring future corrections officers, they won't have to work, except for exigent circumstances. And I definitely agree that, there should be some flexibility there, but that we really care about their well-being and we care that they have a balanced work life. And so that's kind of where I'm just sitting with all of this as we have this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Morales. I have Representative Newman, followed by Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make a motion on not to pass.
Second.
It's been moved by Representative Newman, seconded by Representative Renicki, on not to pass. I think we pretty much discussed the subject, but if anybody wants to make a comment on that.
I just wanted to clarify something.
I think my hand was up there.
Yeah. I will recognize Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think when we talk about, and I do agree with Representative Morales in the fact that of the legislature having an involvement, and I do agree with that. But I just think in this situation, I think the things that we are looking at doing, the involvement of the legislature needs to be other bills that come up that will allow the working environment in these places to be a safer and more secure working environment. And I think when the comment was made, I believe by Sheriff Joyce early on, And that was about if someone has had a kid come out of school or something like that and say, boy, when I grow up, I want to be a corrections officer, let him know, and he'd sign him up. I think that was something to that effect. And I agree with that. And I think the issue is that, and something that maybe is the white elephant in the room, and I'm going to throw it out here for whatever it's worth, because I think it's worth talking about. And that is, over the last couple, 2 or 3 years, 2 years in particular, let's face it, law enforcement, corrections, those kind of jobs and stuff out here, they are looked at in a way where I know I talk with a lot of young people that are getting out of school, getting out of college, or thinking about taking a course in criminal justice and public, and and that kind of thing like that. And quite frankly, I used to hear a lot from them being in the position I was in. I don't hear that anymore. That's not something that they're really interested in getting into because of what's going on in that community right now, through no fault of that community's own. And I think that makes the recruiting and retention of these officers, even the corrections officers, it makes it very difficult for the sheriffs out here that are trying to retain officers, just like for the municipal chiefs that are trying to retain officers, putting out the signing on bonuses and stuff. I mean, some of these signing bonuses are absolutely ridiculous when you think about it, and you still can't get people to. So I don't know how we as a legislature can really do anything about that. I really don't think we can, other than start realizing that we need to start supporting law enforcement, and we need to start by giving them the things that they need to do their job. And we need to be, and that's how we do it in the committees that we work in this committee in particular. And I think if we start doing that, maybe the job will be more palatable for people to want to get involved in it. But we're not going to solve that issue today. And I know what it feels like to work a long time and not have any rest, and then try to maneuver after that. I worked in homicide in the state police for a number of years. And I remember working on scenes where I'd go 36 hours sometimes straight with maybe having a little cat nap for 20 minutes a couple of times. And then I was expected to get in a car and drive up the interstate and drive up to an autopsy that was taking place in Sanford. I'm from Sanford up to Augusta with my head out the window, trying to stay awake. And that's just not acceptable anymore. It's not acceptable. It shouldn't be happening. I don't think it is happening that much anymore. But our jails are really in a position where they really need something to allow them to be able to have workers in there to do the job that they're there to do. And I know that, but I just don't think this bill here, I think it's going to do more harm than good. And I really, even after hearing it today here, I don't think it's a bill that's going to make a difference for what the real issue is right now. I think maybe something else along the lines of them being able to do the 18-hour thing or something like that on an emergency basis. Maybe that's the answer. But that's why I can't support this bill that we have in front of us for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pickett. I have Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the sponsor who was trying to get in there to offer this, because he's hearing a lot of what other folks are saying, and he'd like to offer an amendment that the bill is clarified to 18 hours, as Representative Rudnicki suggested, 18 hours, and that it's defined to respond to Jane, that it's 18 hours out of a 24-hour period with a 2-year, so put it off for 2 years, and with an absolute exception for emergency. I couldn't agree with Representative Pickett more that folks need help in these careers. And I really do see this as a way to hopefully push some of that help that if we say, and we set labor standards all the time, that's part of our role, that if we say, hey, there's 2 years to fix this, there's a real problem, and law enforcement and corrections officers should have a better balance between life and work, as Representative Morales stated. I think this really is a real winner that does provide the help that we've been hearing that people need. But saying that, I want to say again, I really hope we can vote this today, and then, you know, do the work out on the floor, even if it's not a unanimous vote. I think we are ready to move this bill forward. So I'm happy to clarify the amendment if that's needed. Senator, would you like me to clarify, or did you catch that?
Well, the motion was what, not to pass?
I would ask, because, sorry, I should have said that, and thank you, because Representative was trying to get it in. So if my friends on the committee wanted to pull back their ought not to pass motion and join, that would be very welcomed. If they would prefer not to do that, we could have this as our majority report. But it depends on what folks want to do. That's just an option.
I'll let Representative Newman speak for himself, but I will state to you that I cannot support this bill. Having been a negotiator also for many years, and representing professional technical state employees, you can spend months and months doing the pros and cons before it becomes part of your contract. I represented all professional technical employees in the state, and every single one of them had a little tweak, be it a caseworker at the prison or be a nurse at a Riverview. They're all professional technical, but they all have different wants and needs. So I view the jails that way. Having said that, I turn it over to if the person who made the motion.
Well, Senator, knowing that it's not going to be a unanimous vote, I withdraw my request for a pullback of a motion because it doesn't matter. So I offer his amendment. I will be voting for his amendment. And let's just run the vote and get this one voted out and move on to the next one. Because we still have another bill before our lunch
break. The motion and seconded is ought not to pass.
Yes.
So we shall do that. Okay. Where is our, oh, there you are. Hi, Deborah. A roll call vote, please.
Certainly. Cameras on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
No.
Representative Warren votes no. Representative Morales.
No.
Representative Morales votes no. Representative Reckitt.
No.
Representative Reckitt votes no. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
No.
Representative Lookner votes no. Representative Pickett. Representative Pickett, your vote?
Sorry, yes.
Representative Pickett votes yes. Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Costain votes yes. Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki votes yes. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Newman votes yes. Representative Pluker.
No.
Representative Pluker votes no. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator Searway votes yes. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau votes yes. That's 5 and 5. And 2 absent. Hang on. Six. That's 6 yes votes and 5 no votes and 2 absent.
And our report, Jane, is the amendment that I offered. And did you need me to rephrase that?
That would be great.
Thank you. It is 18 hours out of 24 hours. There's an
Is that the maximum time period somebody can work, be assigned to work?
Yes, 18 out of 24. So they need a 6-hour off. Except for in exigent circumstances. I know that will need a definition and we'll approve that on amendment review. With a date, 2 years, so January 2024.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All set, everyone? Thank you. And the last one for today is we all set. LD 1504, an act to enhance use of critical incident stress management teams for firefighters. And I believe that is Representative Gramlich. And she is with us. So Representative Gramlich, we'll let you in while Jane Overton is giving us an analysis of the bill that you presented.
Okay. This is an act to enhance the use of critical incident stress management teams for firefighters, LD 1504. The bill was heard last year and worked last year. It has been, I believe it was scheduled once this year, but was not worked. So it is a carryover from last year. There has been a significant amount of work done on this bill, and Representative Gramlich has an amendment for you rather than go through old history. Perhaps she can take us to her amendment, and maybe Deb, you could put it up on screen share. And I would say, Deb, if you can scroll down a little so that we're getting rid of the stuff, the heading stuff we don't need. Great. Thank you.
Wait a minute, there's an amended title, is there?
Oh, yes. Yeah, Deb, why don't you back up to the title and then I'll let Representative Gramlich take it over.
Right. Underneath the bold.
Yeah.
One. Thank you.
I'm all set.
Okay. So,
Madam Chair, would you like me to introduce myself and jump in?
yes, go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I guess it's afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, my esteemed colleagues on the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Lori Gramlich. And before I get into the specificity of the amendment, I just want to give you a little bit of background. When you all heard this bill last session and began working it and made the motion to table it, I really pulled up my sleeve and sharpened my pencil and had a number of conversations with vested parties about this particular piece of legislation. And in the interim, before we reconvened this January, I had the opportunity to meet with the Commissioner of Public Safety, the Director of EMS, as well as the Fire Marshal's Office, Professional Firefighters of Maine, and various therapy organizations to really, including NAMI and others, to really have a conversation about how we can move this bill forward. If the commissioner is here, I'm sure he can speak for himself, but I'll paraphrase some of what he shared, which was that he is very supportive of the critical incident stress management teams. He sees a great deal of value and merit in assuring that our first responders are taken care of in terms of the traumatic events that they see on a daily basis. The conversation with him and his team and others on various calls was that we perhaps explore expanding these services to folks other than firefighters, identifying that even the folks who are in dispatch that take these calls in can be traumatized and re-traumatized. And EMS folks certainly, anybody within the public safety umbrella who has opportunity to have this kind of exposure is at risk for trauma. And it's incumbent on us to help assure that they are being taken care of so that they have good sound mental health. So what this amendment does, it did change the title. So as you can see, it is now entitled an act to enhance the use of critical incident stress management teams for employees and members of a public safety agency, fire department, or an agency involved in emergency care or response, or firefighters. So what I just articulated is identified in the title. Other points that we discussed was where this might live, so to speak, within the department. And it was generally agreed upon that under EMS would be a really good place for implementation of this particular initiative, because they already have the infrastructure in place and do some of this work already. So, I will be very honest, the one caveat to all of this, because I don't want to give the false impression that everybody was, 100% on board, because we had a very deliberate conversation about exactly how this would be implemented. And we did not want to set the department up for an unfunded mandate. And so while the commissioner was supportive, he did recognize that they would need to have a position that would really quarterback this and really be designated to assure that this is being implemented. And so you'll see in the amendment, I think if you scroll down, you'll see there's been a fiscal note embedded into this amendment. What I just articulated to you is already in the pages that Deb is moving down. So you can read that. I do believe that this was provided for you in some of this morning's work session. So you'll see that there is a fiscal note that will be associated with the bill now. And those are the numbers that have been identified. So I think that's kind of it in a nutshell. Jane, I don't know if you think I've missed any points that you want me to kind of pick up upon. I do know that I'm not sure who else is, in your wings waiting to perhaps be called upon, but I will tell you that I worked particularly closely with the Professional Firefighters of Maine, and specifically with Michael Kraus, and I know that he is also on this work session and might be able to also answer questions for you.
Thank you, Representative Grimlich. I'm not sure if I heard you say this, but the fiscal note does mention personnel services, or there's a position. Okay, so this would require a new position to do this. Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair. Like I said, everybody that was on the most recent call that we had before we started crafting the amendment were in full support of the concept of assuring that these critical incident stress management teams be available to our first responders. As one of your colleagues said earlier, the elephant in the living room is how are we going to pay for that? Staff within the department are already, as you all are well aware, already feeling very stretched with the resources that they have in front of us. So we did embed a position into this bill so that we could assure that this initiative could be adequately implemented.
Okay. I'll let other people speak. I may have a question later on. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to bring Fire Marshal Thomas over. I have a question of him, please.
Welcome, Mr. McThomas. How are you?
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pickett has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for being here. I have the copy of your testimony of May 10th, and I understand that you probably were involved in the conversations regarding since that time to where we are now. So I guess my question to you is, what, if anything, in your testimony has changed since those meetings, or has anything changed at all?
For me and my agency, it's the designation of somebody to do it besides us. We're fully supportive of the mental health of our first responders out there. The bottom line was, as it was originally written, that task was really put onto the commissioner's office, which would then delegate it to my operation. And truthfully, I've just got enough to do fire investigation and fire inspections as opposed to being able to take on another program.
Follow up, if I may, Matt.
Yes.
I mean, I made you the Speaker of the House. Sorry about that, Senator.
We're both from the same town.
Yeah, that's right. I guess the question I would have is this: you made it in your original testimony that you wrote. You made it clear that you thought that what was being requested and everything at that time, which has actually been enhanced upon in the amendment, as far as I can tell, you made it sound like you felt it was, a lot of it was redundant and stuff and was already being provided. Do you still stand by that statement, or has something changed in that?
Well, I think following our discussions in our work groups that we've been able to talk this through, I think there's a little bit more understanding of what services we've got out there existing right now, that with this added position, we can enhance by pulling them together. So everybody's going in the same direction with the same boat. Clearly EMS as an agency under Sam Hurley in the state is very active and very proactive on resources for mental health out there for our first responders. I know that I encourage my people to take advantage of those services. Those services exist. I think with Representative Gramlich's work here on this bill, we're better able to get our arms around the services that are out there and then get them moving forward in a direction. And like I said, from the very beginning, my biggest obstacle was I do not have the resources to be able to make that happen right now with what I've got to work with.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Thomas. And I just wanted to say that this is a bill that I really appreciate when somebody, goes away and does all the work and has everybody at the table. And so I know that the sponsor has worked with the commissioner. I know she's worked with Director Hurley. I know she's worked with Fire Marshal Thomas, and somebody I'd like to hear from, and then I'm prepared to make a motion, is Mr. Michael Kraus, who's with the Professional Firefighters of Maine. Could we, with your indulgence, Senator DeChambeau, hear from him, and then I'll make a motion?
Yes, if you'll let me speak before you make your motion, but go ahead.
For it. Absolutely.
All right. Now where is Mr. Kraus? Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
There you go.
Senator, nice to see you again.
Thank you. Representative Warren, I think, has some questions for you.
Yes, Mr. Kraus, thank you so much for being here. And I know that you have worked very hard on this bill as well. And for my colleagues on the committee, would you just share a little bit? And I don't think we need a ton, but if you'd share a little about the importance of this proposal and the difference that it'll make in the state of Maine.
Representative Warren, I appreciate the question. And if I may, we've been working with Representative Gramlich for quite a while on this. And one of the things that as a professional organization, we've noticed that there's a lot of well-intended resources out there trying to be responsive to the needs of behavioral health for first responders, firefighters, police, and alike, dispatchers. And one of the things that we noticed through our program is that there is no coordination of those resources. So by having them, having a position created to oversee that and try to bring the stakeholders together would be very beneficial to not only my members, but all the first responders and police officers throughout the state. And I think what Fire Marshal Thomas just pointed out is that Maine EMS and Sam Hurley is probably the best place for this to begin. And as the Fire Marshal indicated, his resources are limited. I would say if Sam Hurley was on, he would say the same thing. And what position in his shop this position in his shop, if that's where it lands, would be very helpful. And Sam has already begun coordinating the stakeholders, clinicians, organizations, and others interested parties of trying to provide adequate CISM and peer training for firefighters. So, and I know we're a member of that committee, and they meet, I believe, monthly. My program director, clinician, Amy Davenport-Dakin, who may also be available for questions today if you have any, have been working together to try to identify where all those resources are, identify not only the training that's needed for the first responders in CISM and peer training, but to also try to find additional clinicians that are available and willing to treat first responders should there be a need. And one of the things that we're finding out now is that there is a shortage of clinicians out there in general, but more importantly, in our ranks, that there's not as many available to actually treat for the first responders as needed. So this will be very beneficial for all first responders, and we'll be able to harness those resources and under one jurisdiction and be able to put a solid program together that everybody can benefit from.
Thank you.
And I'll turn it over. Oh, wait a minute. Do I see Representative Newman? I do see him right here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a clarifying question. From looking at the paperwork and the amendment, this would require any agency or say a volunteer fire department to have somebody trained on their staff, because there's many small volunteer departments that only have 5 or 10 members, and the turnover on the volunteer departments sometimes can be a few months. So I just want to find out how that's going to affect these little small agencies.
Who's that directed to?
Whoever
Representative Gramlich?
Yeah, whoever wants to answer it.
I'll defer to
Thank you, Mr. Kraus. Thank you for the question, Representative Newman. We did have quite a bit of robust conversation about the implications that this would have relative to some of our smaller departments, particularly those made up of volunteers. And again, I'm going to ask Michael to jump in and correct me if I'm mistaken here, but it is my understanding that quite often, at least from Michael's shop, the Professional Firefighters of Maine, quite often represent some of these smaller departments and has a hand in assuring that some of the training opportunities are implemented accordingly. And Michael, by all means, with the committee's indulgence, feel free to elaborate on that.
Yeah, I mean, we represent the career firefighters throughout the state in 40 municipalities, and they are only public sector employees. But we do work closely with the Maine Fire Chiefs Association that represents all of the volunteer non-paid departments. And in that coalition, we're working together to try to find a way to provide this training, because whether you're a paid firefighter or a volunteer firefighter, there's no doubt that along their respective careers will run into trauma events more than once that could manifest itself into some type of behavioral disorder that may need attention. And there's no doubt, like in the line of duty death we had in Berwick or the explosion in Farmington, that those volunteers need the same training on critical incident stress so they can be able to take care of themselves or rely on the mutual aid agreements that they may have in other jurisdictions that may have more resources if that smaller department doesn't have them. And I think, again, that goes to the importance of having a one-stop shop, somebody in charge of it, so they can be able to coordinate with those smaller rural departments to see how best they can provide that training. And most of our volunteer firefighters still have to be, certified as firefighter 1, firefighter 2. In some of those communities, they're EMTs that require licensing. And this would be just an added training module that they should have. And again, if we can have a one-stop shop where those volunteer departments can seek out resources, then we can help provide that.
You said one name that I have great respect for, and that's Sam Hurley. So he's good to find an answer to many problems. And thank you, Mr. Kraus, for mentioning I had part of that question was the career and the volunteer. If you're small enough that you at least have a volunteer firefighters in a small town, when a tragedy or a stressful situation occurs, it's not just one or two guys or ladies that are impacted. It's that whole department, I'm sure. So your answer was quite appropriate. Representative Gramlich, I'm struggling with the title of your new amendment. And if I may, I don't know why it needed so many words, but anyways, an act to enhance the use of critical incident stress management teams. Okay, we understand that. For employees, which I'm glad you wrote, because in firefighting too, there's the dispatchers who we all know what their job is like. And members now of a public safety agency, comma, a fire department, or an agency involved in emergency care or response, or firefighters. So that sounds like a few categories. So I wanted an explanation. Is the public safety agencies like the EMS, and they're not firefighters per se, not all of them, but could you give us a list of the job titles of the people that, I mentioned it in our caucus, members of a public safety agency could be game wardens or marine patrol or anything. And they probably have their own crisis teams anyway. So could you explain to me that title and who it impacts?
I will do my very best, Madam Chair. One of the things that we do know when you mentioned game wardens, for example, Often game wardens will find themselves in terribly traumatic situations when they have to retrieve the bodies of somebody who drowned, for example. So the title of the bill was aimed to assure inclusivity so that any of the agencies that fell under the public safety umbrella would have an opportunity to take advantage of these interventions and prevention-based programming.
Okay, until something happens and an attorney tries to pick it. So anyways, we'll let it go. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this question would be from Mr. Kraus. So in my little hometown of Dixfield, with a volunteer fire department, and I have Peru across the river, which has a volunteer fire department, Canton down the road with a volunteer fire department, and I could go on and on and on. Four of my 5 towns have volunteer fire departments. So today, as we speak right now, without this law, if something were to happen today and any one of those fire departments, or maybe a combination of 2 of them, if they were at the same scene, as we often know, mutual aid and stuff that works, and do they have the ability to get this service today, as we speak today, without this new law? I'm not saying one might be easier with the new law, but do they have the ability to have a critical incident, stress management, all that? Do they have the opportunity to get that done today as we speak without the new law?
Representative Pickett, appreciate the question. And the short answer is yes. Right now, there are various resources out there for any of our fire chiefs to access. And should there be a traumatic event, a fatal fire, accident, or what other emergency, and those firefighters in the communities that you represent needed critical incident stress, the fire chiefs would just have to call their counterparts in the main fire, or my counterpart in the Maine Fire Chiefs Association, and that organization would assist them in trying to provide some type of resource from an outside entity to go in there and provide resources. And I just say, by way of example, in the Berwick fire, where we had a line of duty death when Captain Barnes succumbed to that fire, they are not a full-time department. They're a paid combination volunteer shop, and they didn't have the resources available for critical incident stress or any peer team training with those folks. And my organization was reached out to in addition to Maine EMS, and we jointly provided services to that community, to those firefighters. And I know my program today continues to treat 2 of those firefighters. So one of the things we enjoy with the fire service, despite our paid versus volunteer arguments from time to time, is that when the stuff hits the fan, we coalesce and come together and try to assist those departments. But dovetailing into this piece of legislation, there's just too many resources out there trying to do the work, and there's redundancy in the system. And if we had one, like I said, one-stop shop with somebody driving the boat, we would be able to coordinate those resources and be able to better deploy them when needed.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And so basically, if that being said, if we need somebody to be able to have the access to be able to provide the services are there, but just to make sure the service gets there in a timely fashion, if what I'm understanding, correct?
Yeah, that's one of the primary pieces of coordinating those resources, that the individual would be able to do that. Again, we're all intended to do well, and they're meaningful, but some of the programs that are out there, especially with respect to critical incident stress management, some programs are not as good as others. So if we had one individual, they could be able to vet, which type of critical incident stress management program or module should we be doing, what kind of training, so that whatever anybody's getting, they're getting the same treatment, and the programs are going to be consistently applied when needed out there.
Okay, thank you. And I see another hand up. I do have one more for someone else, but I'll get, you could circle back to me, Senator. Thank you.
Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to make a motion, but I can hold off, Representative Pickett, until you ask your next question. But I do want to say, just listening to Mr. Kraus and Fire Marshal Thomas and Representative Gramlich in this discussion, it seems very clear that we've never been in a worse situation than we are right now in terms of our first responders. And if we have resources out there to be able to get them to those first responders as they're dealing with more stress than they've ever dealt with, I think that is really critically important that we support that. So I will make a motion to pass as amended, but I'll hold off, Representative Pickett, if you want to ask another question.
Is it okay? Is it okay for me to?
Wait a minute. Yes, go right ahead. Sorry about that.
Could I have Sheriff Nichols, if he's still aboard, could I have him move into the conversation?
Just a moment.
I don't see him. Is he here? Oh, there he is. Okay. Sheriff Nichols, Representative Pickett has a question for you.
Hello.
We thought we lost you. You're a pretty big guy to lose, but we thought we did.
I had to step out for just a second, so I may have lost a little bit of what you were talking about, but I'm here if you would like to bring that up again.
You know which bill we're talking about right now, correct?
Yes.
And I guess the reason why I wanted to ask you where public safety is involved in this, as well as fire departments and everything, and you being here from the MSA, have you folks taken a position on this bill, or have you? What's the MSA's thoughts on? Is this something you support, or is it going to be problematic to you, or what is your stand on this?
I gotta be honest, I haven't actually looked at this bill. I wasn't concentrating on this one today, but you're talking about stress in regards to public safety work. Is that correct?
Right, critical stress and incident, and it's providing critical stress management team services to every employer and employee regarding critical stress and that kind of stuff is what it's talking about. Much like I think you have right now the availability to do, and I guess why I wanted to ask you is whether or not if you have an incident, for example, in Farmington, if you have an incident and you go about putting a team together, are you able to do that? And if you are, how problematic is it to you, or would it be easier if there was just one place to go to be able to make that happen? I guess that's the question I have.
This is something that all of us participate in, all 16 counties. We all have a critical stress debriefing team, so to speak. And so anytime one of our employees get involved in something, a shooting or a death, regardless of whether they're a CO or a patrol deputy, we all have that ability to gather the necessary resources. And a lot of counties actually work together, sharing those resources. So this is something that we've had going on for many years now.
Follow up, if I may, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
And if you can answer this, you may not be able to, but I know you're a alumni of Maine State Police as I am. And does the Department of Public Safety, Maine State Police, do they have a critical incident team as well still?
Yes, it's my belief they do.
Thank you.
Okay. I will turn it over to Representative Morales. Your
Thank you,
motion,
Madam
please.
Chair. I move ought to pass as amended.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. There is any discussion on that? I think we're all set. We may be, oops, Representative Pickett?
Yes, Madam Chair. I fully support this. I know how critical it is and the need for this. I've been through a few incidents myself, and when I've been through a debriefing and so on and so forth. But my issue with and why I am not going to be supporting this bill is because it is available and you can have it, you can get it done even to the rural areas. And if we're going to put people out here working in public safety and it's going to be out of the public safety budget, general fund from their side of the budget, I think we have some other things that are much more dire right now, such as areas that don't have 24-hour protection that really need that and expect that. So I think we have to really prioritize what we're doing. If we had no ability to get this to some portions of the state, in some departments within the state and all of these entities, I would be all on board to make this happen. But it may not be a one-stop shop right now, but it is available. And I think when times are better and we have a better complement, then I would be supportive of it. Right now, I can't support that for those reasons. Thank you.
I have Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to offer a differing opinion. I respectfully disagree with Representative Pickett. I think we do a lot of talking about supporting our first responders, and this is an opportunity where actually firefighters, EMS, et cetera, are coming forward and saying, we need this. We met on this all summer and fall. We understand that there are many programs out there, but nobody is coordinating them. We have actual literal experiences of fires and things that have recently happened, and there hasn't been supportive people. So I am going to wholeheartedly stand on the fact that I support first responders and EMS workers, et cetera, by voting yes on this amended bill. And I want to thank Representative Gramlich for all the work that you did.
Thank you. I will now call for a roll call. Ms. Fahey, thank you.
We're voting on LD 1504. The motion is ought to pass as amended. Please unmute and cameras on for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Warren votes yes. Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Morales votes yes. Representative Reckitt.
Yes.
Representative Reckitt votes yes. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Lookner votes yes. Representative Pickett.
No.
Representative Pickett votes no. Representative Costain.
No.
Representative Costain votes no. Representative Rudnicki.
No.
Representative Rudnicki votes no. Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Newman votes no. Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Representative Pluker votes yes. Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
No.
Senator Searway votes no. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau votes yes. That's 6 yes votes and 5 no votes. 2 members are absent.
The minority report would be ought not to pass.
Thank you.
And I want to thank the law enforcement and firefighters community for spending the day with us today, just about. And thank you, Representative Bramlett. Just when you think it would have been half easy, it is a lot of discussion. So thank you for holding out.
Thank you for your thoughtful deliberation, and I hope you all have a really nice afternoon.
Oh, yeah. 3 hours more. Okay.
You too, Representative Gramlich.
So, does that conclude our work for today?
Yes.
Okay.
Lunchtime.
Let me just remind people that Wednesday, and Representative Borman did remind you, there are a number, we have 2 public hearings followed by 3 work sessions, and that's Wednesday. And so I wish you well. I don't see any snow coming down. And so we will see you on Wednesday.
It's coming.
Bye, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.